How is everyone doing? Hey, it's Friday. Usually, Fridays around this time we do Super Mario Maker viewer levels, but on Wednesday we did a great big anniversary stream, 1 year of streaming, celebrating that, and during that we did a whole like 3 hours and a half of Viewer World. It was a fun mix-up of the usual viewer level thing. Hope you all enjoyed that. We also did a bunch of Sonic Adventure 2, completing both the hero and dark sides. I have noticed since that stream I did call it the light side. It's actually called the hero side. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So today I thought I would do Paper Mario Randomizer, and as you can see at the bottom, if you're looking at the tracker, you'll see that we are starting with no hammer and no jump. We do have one buddy, and also we do start off with the Ultra Stone and a couple of badges, and also full stats. I will say my Paper Mario Randomizer, how I like to configure it is pretty casual. I'm not really interested in it being like super hard as far as like, oh, I don't at all want to grind or anything. I feel like I need to grind or like gain experience. It's like, I just want to run around and get all the items and get finished, basically. And that's what my setup allows me to do. It makes it really fast and streamlined and really fun for me. Today. So that's what we're doing today. We'll get into that soon. First off, let me run through a couple of things up top here. First off, you might notice the sub goal is still around. Sub goal from the anniversary stream. Initially, it was to do a watch party at the end of that stream, but since we did not meet it, I decided to keep it going, and here's what we'll do. When it is met, we will schedule another stream to basically do the last story of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and then go and do the watch party / Mario Party 1/2 after that. And by the way, that will be at a reasonable time. It will be unreasonably late on a weekday. Maybe it'll be like a 8 p.m. stream that leads into the movie around like 10 or so. I don't know how long it'll take me to do the last story, honestly. It's just one level and 2 boss fights, but it's a really hard level, and they're really hard boss fights. So we'll fucking see how that goes. The other thing is that I have set a goal for Extra Life. I have mentioned before, talked about a lot, the idea of the Randomizer Roulette. The idea of the Randomizer Roulette, which is a feature I'm doing in a couple weeks or sometime in this month. I'm not sure the specific date yet, but we'll be doing it as like a whole thing, basically. Let me pull up the thing for that thing. Randomizer Roulette. Basically, I'll have 4 randomizers, including Paper Mario, DK64, Metroid Fusion, and Minish Cap. Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, and I will have a goal for each one of them. For instance, 2 elements from Minish Cap, finish the game in Fusion, 40 golden bananas in DK64 Randomizer, and 3 star spirits like today in Paper Mario Randomizer. And one of the side goals of today is to see like, okay, one of the things about this is it's gonna last 12 hours. I kind of would like each segment to be like 3 hours long. Is 3 star spirits around 3 hours long? Let's find out. Though I will say we will start with a jump on when we do the Randomizer Roulette. I was just dang curious, like how exactly that would go. Anyway, as you can see in this panel, I'm going with $300 goal for like what we're going for for Extra Life, and I will say we're doing it as part of Team Min-Max. I've already posted about the details of it to Min-Max's Extra Life channel, and it's got some very nice emojis in response. People seem into it, I suppose, just based on the emoji spam, the emoji reactions, so that is promising. I'm looking forward to to that. You know, I'm gonna try to put it on a day where like that hopefully like no one else from the team is streaming, so that people can tune in without reservation. And we'll see when that is, sometime soon. Also, by the way, an important note is that I did put in 50 bucks already as a donation myself. So really, we're just looking for 250 from the folks to get up to 300, and then Metal Gear Screwjob will be unlocked. Which, by the way, that is a randomized playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. Games I have not played before. I'll be playing them in random order, spinning a wheel at the top of every stream. Whatever it lands on, that's the game I'm playing. And that will be unlocked if we reach our goal on the day. Look forward to that. Let's go ahead and take that down. Also, one more note, of course, these emotes are still relatively new. The Choo-Choo, the Banjo, Crocodile, and the Ridley. Those three were added on over last weekend, so like before Monday's stream, basically. They're all still available for y'all if you want to sub, basically. Also, there's all the other ones that are still, you know, on tier 1. I also did some changes in tiers 2, 3, and the 10K bit. Those are also all new, but no one really gets those, even for big streamers, so don't worry about those. Those are just for me. And if you want to get in on them, I guess, be my guest. I would be surprised, though, and very appreciative if you did. Anyway, I think that all covers the preamble. By the way, I want to thank Amelia Ally and Reziuma, who followed since the last stream after the raid on Havocast last time. But, you know, there was a shout out over on Havocast side, and it looks like those two followed subsequently, and I appreciate it. And I hope you tune in sometime. That'd be very cool. All right, let's get in on this. Paper Mario Randomizer Jumpless. Let's see what the deal is. Just gonna delete. Whenever I use this N64 and then do the randomizer, there's always 4 files there by default. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe it's just confused. It's finding a different copy, a different version of Paper Mario, just thinking like, oh, these are where the saves are coming from. Very strange, but it's not important. So, yes, I'm starting without jump. I'm starting without hammer. I'm starting without either of those things. So we're gonna have to, I guess, do some unintuitive stuff to like hit blocks or to get across gaps, which might be weird, or it might be that logically. Okay, we have Cooper. So yeah, I'm hitting the A button, I got nothing. I guess to hit a block, I would have to, like, jump off Cooper like this. And that's the best I can do. It is also possible that, like, I'm gonna walk into a store and find the boots right there. Because there are 3 of them hidden in the game. So, you know, all I need is 1 boot to be able to jump, basically. And like I said, you know, this game is set up where you can't beat it, so, like, logically... Oh, wow, I'm just realizing, like, because I can't jump, I can't, like, cancel the spin. I can't, like, cancel a spin early. I have to wait for it to spin on or go off a ledge like that. Huh. That's always fun when you try out a new setting, like, when I tried hammerless for the first time, I know it's like, oh shit! You can't get past the part where there's a block. You're just boned, and you can't get this, and you can't get that, and this is kind of the same deal, except, you know, a little more extreme, because, like, yeah, where the fuck can we go without any items, without any jump, without any whatever? I will say I am starting with As far as badges go, like I said, I start with my favorite badges, Power Pluses. I also start with the bump attack and... Oh, I meant to disable the P up, D down, because I feel like that's just a little... you know, you don't need it, but I didn't. I forgot about that when setting up this jumpless seed, so that's fine. I like to... Oh, shit, I also forgot to disable the weight. Used to have it so that I started out with the weight because, you know, that's how you get a ground pound, and that makes it so you don't have to go through the Forbidden Forest more than once. The forest more than once. But since now the hammers and boots are randomized into the item pool, there's really no need for that anymore, so honestly, don't do that. I need to mess with my presets so that they're up to date. Let's see what Star Shard lady has. Oh. No, I can't jump, so I can't go and check what she has. Dang it. I can't go up there either, because, again, I can't jump. Okay. I can't, you know, I'm thinking about things I can do. I was thinking about Chet Ripto, but I can't jump, so I can't get into the pipe that goes down to Chet Ripto. What else can I can go in here? And I wonder, like, because of the logic, it might be that we immediately find it. Castle key. Yes, thank you. That's pretty good. Castle key. Of course, you know, obviously there's the possibility that that won't be a chapter that we get everything for, and we don't end up doing, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Whatever. You know what? I think he's got nothing. Let's see. We can go down the forbidden. Okay. Let's see. We can't go here. That's off. Can't jump. Can't go in the pipe. Can't go talk to that person, that plant, because we can't jump. We can't blow up the boulder, so we can't go to that chapter. And I'm not sure if that would require a jump. We can't go. By the way, this randomizer has settings for this stuff, and the blue house is open. Chapter 4 is not open. Whale is open, and prologue is open. Those are the things that are open here tonight. Yeah, I'm trying to think. There is, like, this thing here that gives you a quest for... That gives you, like, a poem. Let's see what this is. It's a coin. Okay, that's not gonna help. The places we can go right now are pretty limited. We can go... Know where we can go. We can go to Chapter 3 and do everything in the Forbidden... In the... It's not called the Forbidden Forest. That's Harry Potter. Oh, we can do the shop. We can do the... Boots! Boots! Double boots! 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 Multiple boots! We found the boots. Okay, that was fast. I guess it's true that without the boots, you can't do much of anything, so yeah, they have to be in the logic somewhere, but both in the same place? We got the ground pound, folks. Wow. Where are the fucking odds? Holy shit. Well, the world is our that's not what the saying is. The world is our oyster? Yeah, actually that is what it is, isn't it? Let's shop from Chep Crypto. Ultra Shroom. That's nice. It is set up, by the way, so that all of his items are in logic. Or, like, included in logic, so he could have something good. Even on the later things. Originally, it was set up so that, like, only part of it was, but they added it later as a configurable option, so I believe I have configured it to be all included, all on the table. I think that's a little better. I mean, I just like to go down here and buy a bunch of stuff from him and be like, oh. I'm out of money. But I got some stuff I can sell. But only... By the way, now we can jump, so shit, we could do a whole bunch of stuff. Like over here, this guy, PPPPP. Let's see what he's got. Goop Leaf. By the way, I will say I tend to use trackers with some of the other randomizers that I do that like track very particularly like what I've collected and what I haven't. But I will say of Paper Mario, I don't tend to be that detail-oriented. I just sort of, you know, figure it out as I go. And the only ones I really like, the only times I really like consult a thing to make sure that we're on track and hitting anything is when we do the forest and we do the desert, because those ones, you know, they're sort of all over the place. And it's almost, it's intentionally a maze, so I'll tell you, I still haven't quite 100,000% committed either to memory, so when that comes out, expect me to like scroll down a bit so I can see like the map portion of this here tracker that I'm using. My thumb is a little hurty today, but it's fine. Bow! Look at that, we got another partner. Hell yeah. That was worth selling the thing for. That opens up chapter 4. Lets us get in there. Yeah, we have so many options right now as to what we can do. Let's turn invisible, and this guy will open the thing for us. By the way, I still do have cards. I have these cards that have things I want to talk about on them. One of them is Universal Kids Zone is closing. Last stream I was talking about how I really things I wanted to come to Universal Studios, and one of those things was like, oh, they should close down the Lost Continent. They should close down the Kids Zone and replace that with Zelda and Pokemon, respectively. Apparently, they have announced now that that the Kids Zone is closing, and also there's a hammer and a ruins key. This might be a trap, by the way. It is a hammer. Look at that. We are in fucking good shape, y'all. And a Shrink Stomp badge, and look at that, a blue key. That's not the blue key, that's the Palace key. Blue key is actually kind of bad. And Palace key. Anyway, they announced that they're closing the Kid Zone, which was kind of, you know, alongside Lost Continent, the weakest part of Universal Studios. And, well, kind of just sounds like they're just gonna redo it, you know, sort of like give a new coat of paint on it and, like, retheme it to be, retheme it to be, like, DreamWorks properties or something. Which, and that's a rumor, by the way. Specifically what they've said is, like, great animated characters, beloved animated characters, which, yeah, that's DreamWorks. That's DreamWorks. I mean, they would have, if it was SpongeBob, they would have said, like, animated franchise. They said characters, so it's gonna be, like, a whole land that's, like, vaguely about, like, Shrek and Kung Fu Panda and stuff. And hey, you know, I like Shrek, I like Kung Fu Panda. All that stuff is great, but like, yeah, I think Pokemon would have been a good thing for that spot. And I guess maybe they're gonna do it as, like, one of the expansion things for for like, you know, for like, Epic Universe. I don't know. I thought it would be really neat and clean if just every section of every one of the 3 Orlando parks, Epic, which is, you know, an upcoming park. Wait, how much did that Jelly Pop do? Looked like that was like 64 FP. Wow. Holy shit. I didn't know that was good. I always thought that was, I feel like I thought like that was garbage. Maybe there are garbage pops out there, except that one wasn't one of them. Okay. Oh, that goes bump. Coconut. We'll bounce the melody. Well, now we can turn in the thing. That's nice. I guess it could be something else, like it could be like Nicktoons. That seems unlikely though. My bet is like, nah, it's not Nicktoons. That's just a live stream, we can ignore that. Not that we could go over there now. Okay, we can't get over here, so we need to do this part while we're here. It's because we have the ground pound. Because we have the ground pound or the hammer. Because we have both, we can do both of these things. Logically, this game has been very nice. Very. I guess just the thing about the no jump is just that there's very few places you can go with no jump, right? Like, let's count off the top of our heads. You can go into the forest. You can do all the things in forest, so long as you have Cooper to jump into a block for you. Once you get to the mansion, there's nothing except for like a few bushes. So that's that. There's like a block in prologue that you can reach without the hammer and without the jump. And, yeah, like a few items in, like, Toad Town and, like, the shops. So I guess just by that logic, the most likely place for it to be is in the shops in Toad Town, because those have the most items. Boo's Portrait, that's pretty good. That's opening up a whole section of, of Chapter 3. That's nice. So it was very likely for the boots to be in that part, but not 2. 2 boots is just extraordinary. God. 2 boots. 2 fucking boots. I'm still thinking about those boots. Anyway, looking forward to seeing like a new and improved Kid Zone, though I guess, you know, as an adult, it's not really that relevant to me. You know, especially if they're just like retheming it. Like, that's kind of pooey. Could you do anything in like, oh, I guess you could also do some stuff in Chapter 5 if you have Open Whale, which I do. So you could do like a bunch of trees and the shops in that chapter as well. Okay, where are we going next? Tell you what, I'm kind of feeling Chapter 5. Let's go see a whale. And also we can drop off the melody while we're in the neighborhood. Chapter 3 would also be a good bet because we can basically do everything in that chapter right now. Also, we do have the weight. That's right. Chapter 3 would be a good bet. But I'm thinking let's hit up Chapter 5, do everything we can there, and then we'll go and do Chapter 3. With this ground pound, we could also not even go through the forest, but you gotta go through the forest at least once, so might as well get out of the way. Thank you for the coin. Let's see another card while I'm walking. There's also Guardians, Cosmic Rewind open to deck copped. That's, you know, I'll say I'm not I love Universal Studios, but I'm not really like, the biggest Disney person. Haven't been there since I was a kid. You know, it is in Orlando after all. It's pretty far away, pretty expensive. And for my money, if I'm going to Orlando, I'd rather just go to Universal Studios and do that. And honestly, like my second park of choice would probably be, you know, SeaWorld, which also is having like multiple roller coasters opening in the last few years, which have sounded really good, and people say they're fun. But Guardians Ride, you know, hey, it's good for multiple reasons. One of which is that Epcot finally has a fucking roller coaster, and apparently it's a really good one. People are saying it's great. Apparently, what it does is, first off, there's music playing in it at all times, and it's like licensed like music, similar in the style of like. Which is how, by the way, the actual, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy rolls, right? They play licensed music all the time. And it's sort of a indoor roller coaster where the carts, they sort of tilt around and stuff. And, like, turn as appropriate to, like, look at stuff and, you know, for fun and shit. That's kind of neat. I think that's a really neat, like, bit of tech. You know, as far as, like, roller coaster tech goes, that might be as neat as, like, the DKC thing they're doing, where, you know... Oh, this is the Oakley room. It might be as neat as the DKC thing they're doing, where the DKC ride is a minecart ride, and it's set up with, like, fake tracks that looks like you're running on, so that when you jump over... Okay, that's the thing. It's under the tree. Set up with fake tracks, so that, Red Berry! So that it looks like you're going over gap. Well, apparently in this Guardians ride, Guardians of the Galaxy, by the way, it's based on... That's another thing that's, like, worth noting about it. It's the first, like, Marvel property that Disney has been able to get into their Orlando park just because, you know... Give me the thing again, tree. Thank you. First Marvel thing they've been able to get in because the way the deal was set up with Universal, they can't put in any property that already has a ride or an attraction at Universal Orlando, and they set up their rides pretty well to like cover all their bases. As far as like, oh, there's a Fantastic Four ride with Doctor Doom. There's a Spider-Man ride. There's a you know, basic Avengers ride. You know, with the Hulk. Hulk is an Avenger, so he's covered. That whole superhero team is covered. But Guardians of the Galaxy is a franchise that only started after Islands of Adventure, pretty much, and they don't have a ride for it. So Disney is able to do a ride for Guardians, and you know, by all accounts, it's a good one. And I will say, like, you know, wait. Right here, right. Sometimes it's hard to get, like, to deal with the orientation on the map. Hard for me, anyway. I will say, I think that, Epcot, the last time I was there, I was a kid, that was the park at Universal, or sorry, at Disney, of the, like, several parks that they had, that I understood the least as a kid, because, you know, there's no rides, there's not really much in the way of attractions, it's just, like, it's all just theming. And as a kid, I just didn't get that. You know, it's all just theming in restaurants, which is, like, you know, as like a young person, you look at that and go like, huh? Where's the roller coasters? Where's the rides? And, well, it has one now, so go wild, I guess. Alright, that's the maze taken care of. Scrolling back up to the thing. by the way, I've set up for the randomizer roulette. I have it set up now that I can do 4 different trackers, and each of them is like positioned within the box, nice and proper within that that little box down there below me. And they'll look really nice and good, and each of them will fill the space appropriately, as well as also, you know, sort of note what the clear condition will be for them, you know, in cases where there is like a somewhat custom clear condition, which is the case in several of them. Alright, here we are. We have the Boo portrait, so we can do... We have multiple Boo items, so we can do a good deal of stuff in here. Let's go, let's do it. Again, if you're just joining, I found the boots. Not only did I find the boots, I found the boots, the Ultra Boots. I found 2 sets of boots in the same fucking store, if you can believe it. 2 sets of boots in the same fucking store. Goddamn odds of that. I'm still wondering, like, what the fuck? We got, like, so extraordinarily lucky there. You know what I should do before I go down? Before I go down and do the side stuff down there, I should go and do the bow thing, so that I can shop in the store. This is also a good test. It's just as far as like, okay, well, in the randomizer roulette, it's gonna be 12 hours, but you know, each segment, each game is only gonna be here for 5 to 10 minutes. So, you know, is there time for like talking about things? And well, in this case, there is. Look at that. It's nothing. We don't care. Last of Us show. I'm looking forward to that. It's like in January. You know, I really enjoyed those games. Well, the second one, I felt like the story was a little rough, at least half of the story. Ellie's stuff in that game, I thought was shit. She was just like on a revenge mission that wasn't very interesting or like well thought out. That to me was not it. Was not what I was looking for. But the first game, very, very well plotted, and the second game, second half, I think was very well plotted as well. You know, despite what you would expect going in, which is that, you know, you might have your reticence when it actually, the switchover happens. When the turn happens in Last of Us Part 2, but I actually really ended up liking that. Despite my trepidation. Ended up being really good. Alright, we got her now. And let's go downstairs and go check out the shop and check out the other such items. This doesn't require a bomb, does it? This is just a door. Yep, just a door. We already have the ground pound, so we can just check all this shit. Very nice. I love how now the boots and all the items and stuff are mixed in properly, shuffled in. That's just really good. I think that's a much more fun way of doing it. Okay, it's jack shit. I'm not gonna pay attention as well. There's plenty of other shards we can find later on. And also, it is set, by the way, to cheap star prices. We don't have to get that many shards to get even the most expensive items, basically. This is nothing, right? Yeah, this is nothing. Oh, there is something. But let's not concern ourselves with that. 1, 2, 3. Obviously, starting with the hammer, the jumpless, does add a small wrinkle to it, but honestly, it's a pretty fucking small wrinkle. You know, I will say, like, we got through that pretty easy, like. You know, we got through the jumpless portion pretty easy. We just had to check, like, the places it could be, because there's not that many of them. Alright, there's one more place in the mansion I can check right now. But it's more of a visual check than anything. And it's going down the hole in this. I will not be able to come back from this because I do not have bombette. But I can at least see, like, what's the deal. Why would you ever want to use slow go, I wonder? That's a badge I've just never understood the purpose of. Maybe there is no purpose. It's just for fun. Okay, that's nothing. That's good. Carefully. Nice item. You know what? I'll take that. Get rid of Fire Flower. That's not that good. Alright, now to escape, we have to use the homework room. And we'll take a shortcut back to the mansion. We do have the ground pound after all. We can get in the pipe entrance to there. You know what? While we're back in town, why don't we go do prologue? We couldn't do prologue earlier because we couldn't jump and we couldn't hammer, but now we can do both of those things. So we can basically do everything in prologue right now. Let's do that. Tasty tonic. That's an item I have never, ever used. It's just for poisoning, right? There should be, I'll tell you, if there was an item to, like, unfreeze Mario, I would use that every time. I would get, like, a bunch of them before going into chapter, whatever. Because that is, like, the main issue I run into going to the ice chapter is just that I get frozen over and over again by that boss, and it's like, ooh, hi, oh, wow. There's a letter. Oh, I should mark that off. Letters are items after all. That's just an enemy. Nice to not have to fight any of these guys. I'm doing this portion. Grab a mushroom. That's an explosion. Pull stone, that's good. That lets us get into the ruins. Let's go. This could be traded for something, but it might be junk. But still, it's good to have just in case. Alright, here we are in prologue. Oh, hey, it's a seed. Pretty sure I'm set up to require all 4 of them. You know, I'll say maybe I don't think I necessarily looked super closely at the settings, so we'll see. We got a letter from Goombardio, who is not here for us right now. Here's Goompa. Goompa's got nothing. The veranda got a star piece. Oh, and by the way, this is set up so that it's like a quick, whenever you run into him, you can just ask him for a star shard and you don't have to do any trivia. Kinda makes it a little trivial, but whatever. No, hey. Better than, like, having to memorize a bunch of shit to actually get those checks, I guess. Quality of life thing. I do feel like maybe we should, like, set them not to appear just because it's not like I need that many of the motherfuckers to begin with, so, like, maybe I should be like, by the way, speaking of boss fights, I think we might have to do one here because we didn't start off with the hammer, so Junior Troopa might be here. Well, then again, we would have to fight him if we were to exit. Ooh. I think we can also just do Homeward Shroom and just bounce. Yeah, that's actually a smart move here. Whoopsie daisy. Like with the thing. Alright. Next, where are we going? Let's go check the star shard prices and see what's up. And see if there's anything we actually need. Ooh, also we should hit that tree. Sure enough, a star shard. We like it. How many points do I have? I have nearly enough to pay off the guy and go to chapter 1, if I so pleased. Sure, I'll get that soon enough. Alright, there's 2 things here. And by the way, the Point Sanity and Shop Sanity is on, but the panels are not randomized. Panel Sanity is not on. I don't really care for that one much. Okay. Decent items here, actually. Fire Shield. Quick change. Let's see. Anything expensive really good? No, not really. Let me see the rewards. Okay, so there's jack shit. There's nothing here. And also, 30 would be the maximum the cheap prices. The maximum amount that we would have to trade in, basically. Let's swap some pieces anyway. We'll get, jumps on one enemy. Power Bounce is traditionally one of the best things, but I don't tend to use it. I just like to use the normal stuff. I'm fine not cheesing. That's just not my style. I just like to bulk up my regular attack. Just do things normal style. I feel like with the Power Bounce, I feel bad if I just miss a command and then it ends prematurely. It's like, god damn it. That's how I feel whenever I do that. Let's see. We want to get quick change. That sounds good. Look at that. We got a coin. That gives us 50 coins, and now we can afford to get into Chapter 1 if we so pleased. Also, look at this. We have so much PP. Let me... Well, that's pretty unlucky. The pretty lucky is 10. Well, let's see now. The 2 happy flowers, a group focus, sure, whatever. And, Sleep Stomp. Honestly, we could kill the guy in Chapter 1 now if we wanted to. The Sleep Stomp is sort of his... This is sort of his kryptonite. But, really, there's just no need for that. There's no point to that. I have the money. What else am I going to spend it on? I say before, like, you know, we go to the next world and find out, like, oh, there's 12 items in the shop that we need to buy. In that case, I would trade. I would sell off all of my items, as many items as needed in order to make that purchase. Like, I do have an Ultra Shroom, so that's 50 coins I could just immediately make liquid. Alright, let's go going. Yep, requires all of them. Got it. Go down to into the tunnels. Do what we can do down here. And the first thing we can do down here is to do like this. Go down there. By the way, I know if you get on top of here with the Ultra Boots, you can, like, ground pound this. Okay, that's just the Ultra Boots, though. Ultra Boots can do that. The regular boots, the ground pound isn't strong enough for that. Funny that works, though. When I first found that, like, I was honestly... I didn't know. I didn't, like, look it up or anything. That was a thing. I just tried it and was just surprised as hell when it worked. Let's go check the blooper fight here. See what's here. Might as well put him to sleep, huh? what? It's faster. Probably just do Mario. You know what? Sleep Stop's pretty good. Look at this shit. I know I'm also decked out with power pluses and, you know, double boot upgrades, which we just happened to find right out the gate. But still, you know. Also, that was for trash. That was for nothing. I guess I should be sleep stomping enemies more. Lesson learned. I feel like with a lot of like status effect stuff, at some point I tried it out and was just like, this doesn't seem worth it. I'd if I can like put an enemy to sleep, I can probably also just kill them. And 9 times out of 10, it's better to just kill them. And that'll be the way to like get them out of your hair. But you know, I'll admit that like, oh yeah, that's actually worked a lot better than I thought. So maybe should be using that stuff. The Yoshi cookie, don't need it. Don't need this either. I guess I could be like going in and like selling a bunch of stuff in order to like make room for new items, and also make it so that if I ever were to run out of money, we have like those new items to sell. But it's we don't need to go out of our way for that. Heading back here. Now we can leave the forest and go into the next area. We can't go all the way to the mansion. Can't go all the way to the mansion because there's a carry part. So I guess that means that Island. We'll either have to go to Island or Chapter 1. I think actually Chapter 1 will be our best bet. We don't have bomb bet, so you know, our options are a bit limited there, but it's better than nothing. And you know, we could find anything at all that would help our case, help us go forward. And you know, if we did, that would be good. I don't know if we found any like of those item expansions. In this randomizer, there's like item pocket expanders that they added, and they're sort of randomized in with the rest of everything. We'll see if we see any of that. I'm gonna pull up another card during this cutscene. Ragnarok is next Wednesday. Looking forward to that. I'll say like I wasn't the biggest fan of the last God of War, but still, you know, hey, it's a big game and seems, you know, people are pretty positive about it. You know, I'll say like the story of the first game was very, very good. So, you know, so long as it keeps that up, we'll have a good time playing it. And we'll see if I like the way combat is. I've heard it's a little more puzzly this time, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or what. A little bit more like a Halo combat puzzle type situation, basically. Which could be good, could be bad, I don't know. Reserving judgment. Alright, this is as far as we can get here. Where are we going next? Let's go to the island. Let's go to Island next. I feel like what we're finding out here is there's definitely downtime even within the single game, you know, like a cutscene or whatever, where there's time for like a card or something. So maybe I should prepare like a limited amount of cards just for those such moments, but also if a switchover does happen, that an unexpected switchover would preempt a card from being discussed fully. That might happen. We'll see. But you know, hey, that's the challenge of the thing, right? Also, I suppose I did say last time one thing about this randomizer roulette, which is true, is that don't necessarily have to end after 12 hours. I mean, it's a challenge, but also, like, could totally, if it took, like, 12 and a half hours, we could just keep going. And, you know, it'd be for the kids as well, so maybe they would like that. More opportunity for fundraising. That would be cool. I didn't notice I'm blue. Why am I blue? That's a weird custom color scheme. I don't think it's based on any... Oh, you know what it is? It's the original Mario. He used to be... You know, he used to be the other way. He used to be red pants, blue shirt. Right. Huh. This randomizer, by the way, it has, like, mailbag. It has, like, a bunch of aesthetic options. You can see the bows are different color. A lot of NPCs, enemies, and such are different colors. Did we do this? Yeah. You know what I'll say? I'll say is that, we don't have any item that'll make this really easy, nor do we have... So we do have Cooper, who can do 3 damage to a lot of them. And we do have, Thunder Rage. Wait, is it 2 damage or 3 damage? I think it might be 2 damage, actually. Whatever, let's just do it. And then we can take all the damage in the world, and that's fine. Yeah, it is 2. It is 2. Not 3. If I had gotten an upgrade, I would be at 3. But I don't got that, so it is what it is. Alright, Coop, take care of them. Don't have to charge that since we only need 1 damage. Ah. One of the best badges we can find here as far as, like, dealing with enemies goes is the Quake Hammer. Quake Hammer is just indispensable here. It's gonna let us do a bunch of stuff. You know, especially Mega Quake. That's the one we want. We want Mega Quake specifically. Does more damage, and of course, since the badge prices and the move prices are randomized or shuffled, it could even be that the Mega Quake is actually less expensive than the regular Quake. Check these trees. We already got a red berry, so that's nothing. For us, there's a coin. Hey, buddy. There you go. Not sure with bump attack if it's slower or faster to just let him, you know, do the thing, you know, or get fucked up. But might as well. It's a good thing. There's a badge I like. Oh, I love the D down jump. Ah! Oh shit, it's 10. Well, look, we're equipping it. I love D down jump. That is like my go-to move against Bowser at the end, against like many a boss that has like defense. That is just an indispensable item. Indispensable badge. It's my personal favorite. There's Train that unlocks more of... Wait. Oh, we don't have Bombette, so we can't finish. We can't finish Chapter 4 yet, but if we were to find Bombette, we would be able to. Basically, is where we stand there. Bombette. Actually, Bombette and Watt, too. We need two buddies. Let's see, anything here? No. Nothing. Here, let's see, try this letter. That's enough letters. That's all the letters we need. There's one item over here. Star piece. And let's see, going over to this area here. Gonna go here. Let's see. Right, and we can look over to the water over there and see if there's an item. Just a shooting star, but there is something in the tree, so we will have to go over there eventually, but we don't have to, like, it's not like there's something else there for us. I'm gonna bring the camera a little closer. I've recently messed with the settings of the camera and have made it so that the light is brighter, but the camera now is a little less exposure, so honestly ends up looking a bit nicer, actually. Like, I think right now it's looking nicer than it's ever has, as far as, like, natural skin colors, and, like, not blowing out my white shirt, which, by the way, is brand new. Bucket! Brand new shirt. Just got it from, the Yeti the other day, put it through the wash, and, you know, wearing it now. Really like the Yeti. I've been buying a few more long shirts recently. I bought a couple for, like, Christmas last year. Like, they were like, last year they did a bunch that were like Christmas sweater themed, and I bought them as long shirts because I don't like sweaters that much. I like hoodies, but I don't like sweatshirts. I need to have a zipper, basically, if I'm to wear a shirt over another shirt. I think that's all we can do here right now. Bought a bunch more of long shirts that are not necessarily like, you know, Christmas themed, and they're gonna be useful whenever I need, or whenever I want to wear, like, whenever I want it to be cold and I want my arms to be not cold, basically. Let me think for a second. Most of Chapter 4 is open now, other than, like, the very end. I think Chapter 4 is gonna be our, I was gonna say breadbasket, but that's weird. It's gonna be our like, key. It's gonna be key here. Let's go into Chapter 4 and do a bunch of stuff there. That sounds lovely. Here's the door. Drop in the thing. Now, I will say we're about an hour in, and we're basically not... We haven't gotten a single Star Spirit, so y'all might wonder, like, when we might get the first Star Spirit. And I will say, what tends to happen with this is that all of the Star Spirits start becoming gettable around the same time, because, you know, each of them only has so many things that we have to find, and once you find them all, you're good to go. You know, and once you get enough stuff for one, you're probably also approaching enough stuff for another one, and before you know it, you'll have 2 or 3 going at once. That's why 1 star can be, I sometimes find 1 star to be a little frustrating, because, like, oh, I got what I need to do the 1 star spirit I need. And then I get something else and it unlocks a different path, and I'm just like, you know, it gets me, it makes it so I could do, like, a different one if I wanted, and I'm just like, I kind of want to go do that now that it's, like, available. That said, of course, you know, you don't really have to be checking things after you get everything you need to finish, but sometimes I do anyway, just, like, check a thing or two. Especially if I'm looking for a badge, or, like, you know, like a D-down pound or a Quake Hammer. I think the last time I played D-down jump, I think the last time I played, I had to check, like, nearly everything in the game, and D-down jump wasn't in anything. So it wasn't until I got to Bowser's Castle and did, like, the 3 checks there that I found D-down pound, or D-down jump. I'm saying D-down pound. Look at that, it's a ruins key. Pretty sick. Or access to more of the ruins once we get over there, of course. The nice thing about the ruins keys, just in general, is that we don't need all of them. We only need, I guess this is oh, that is a jelly pop. That is a good one. Jeez, have all these lollipops been fucking really expensive and good, and I've just been like thinking like, that's poo-poo garbage, and just like avoiding them, ignoring them, throwing them away. Man. If so, I imagine there must be a cheaper lollipop somewhere that I've been more familiar with, more accustomed to. But I swear I've never noticed that those lollipops were so highly valued. Right, okay, there's more we can do in this station before we leave. We gotta do the right path as well. You know what, we also have the mailbag now. We can totally turn that in. We can also... Did we turn on the melody? Yes, we did. Okay, I see I marked it on the thing with a check mark. Let's do another card while I'm running through this one. What are the worst games y'all have ever played? I was thinking about this the other day because I did say that one of the plans for December will be for every sub I have at the end of the month, I will do one level of Super Hammer. Look at that. I will do one level of sort of thrown off by that. One level of Paper Mario Sticker Star, which is a game that I hate. I think it's atrocious. I think it's terrible. And I will say that, you know, I have been seeing, like, over on, you know, a website I like, giantbomb.com, Dan and those folks have been playing some really, actually atrocious games, like, you know, like, Warehouse Key, like, you know, Sonic 06 and Bubsy 3D. And I will say, you know, what was that? That was, fuck, what was it? Like, the Warehouse Key! Yes, I'm looking for, like, a W. There it is. I will say, like, the games that I've played, and I think they're the worst ones, are, like, not that bad in the grand scheme of things, you know, compared to those abysmally bad all-time terrible games, but, you know, I tend to not play those. I tend to not buy them, and as a result, I don't have those for reference. And honestly, I don't see why I would buy a bad game on account of it's a bad game. You know, that would be a weird thing to do. If it was on Game Pass, maybe I could do it as like a bit, but you know, I'd honestly, my general inclination is to play just good games. And honestly, if people are telling me like, and I'm sure like people will say like, oh no, you know, Color Splash and Paper Shredder, they're not as bad as Sticker Star, and you know what? I'm sure that's true, but also, I'm not paying for a game just because it's okay. Like, absolutely not. I'm looking for more than okay. I'm looking for great. That's sort of my threshold for, like, games I will buy. They have to be very, very good, and I have to be, like, convinced I will like them. I can't just give a game a chance. Like, well, giving a game a chance costs money. Typically. In most cases. I guess not in all cases. That was the water. Miracle Water. Artifact. Where's the artifact? Right here. Giving games a chance, you know, it costs money, and I just don't prefer not to spend that on games that I'm not sure about. Which, yeah, you know, does mean that sometimes I'm not gonna try out games that might speak with me if I gave them a chance, but my typical philosophy is like, I watch a game, there's a sushi. Sushi. Large life stream is good. Get rid of apple. This here is good. Get rid of mushroom. And these are items. Good. Okay. My typical philosophy is that you know, I tend to watch a lot of like streams and stuff, and I like to watch a little bit of each game. and you know, judge off that, like, oh, is this, when I watch it, does it look good? Does it look fun? Does it speak to me? And typically I have a pretty good sense of like, oh, this looks killer. This looks great. I have a pretty good sense of that, and I'm able to like figure out which ones I want and which ones I don't. I guess, you know, sometimes I do fuck that up and buy a game that I'm less interested in, but, you know, hey. Also, as I say that, I'm realizing that, honestly, that the thing I just described me doing was mostly a thing of, like, the period where I did, where I was, like, super doing the giant bomb thing and just, like, watching a bunch of quick looks every day. You know, basically just watching everything they put up and using that to keep on top of, like, every game that comes out. And, well, they don't do a lot of as many quick looks anymore, and also I don't watch as many quick looks anymore. So, I guess things have changed, and I don't really know, like, how exactly I give games shots these days. I guess I just hear about them, and then I look at them and I say, oh, it looks good, and then I get them if they speak to me at that point. But it's no longer, like, me seeking out, like, an hour's worth of content anymore, and, like, going from there. And I'll say, like, just in general, at a certain point, it became harder and harder to, like, actually look at the games as I was watching Bombette! There's Bombettes. And it's the real one, too. It became harder and harder to look at the games and to, like, you know, actually have, like, an opinion on them. You know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, it just became, like, background entertainment. Bombette's gonna get the upgrade here. It became more like, just like, oh, it's just on in the background. I'm only just listening to the people and having a good time, like, you know, enjoying the banter. Not necessarily looking at the game itself all the time. And, thus, for a game that I've never seen before, it's hard to actually form an opinion without actually paying attention to it, you know? Shit, what do we throw away? Extra red berry, that's it. I have quick change, so we don't have to worry about switching in bow. I can do that. Ooh. I wonder if you could put this guy to sleep. I guess I could try that. I don't think I've ever tried that before. Just putting that guy to sleep. Let me try that. Let me give that a go, see if that's actually effective. Oh, look at that, it worked! Oh my god. Don't have the fan yet for her. The best I can do is 5. That is going to be the most efficient thing to do, though. Do, like, one more double jump on him, and then 5 hits. Look at that. I didn't realize that the sleep... I really should have been using the sleep thing the whole time, shouldn't I have? It's actually pretty good against bosses in particular. Less useful against, like, regular-ass guys, because, you know, like, what, are you gonna put to sleep a guy with 10 health? You can just kill him instead. But against a boss that has, like, more and can do multiple turns worth, it's actually really good. I guess for, like, a... For, like, a, For like a, what was I gonna say? If there was like, you know, what would be a useful ability against folks that gave sleep. And by the way, I'll say again, whenever I think about like what design space like Paper Mario games could go into, I look to like CGGs basically as like my point of reference. Okay, we have bombette, so we can't get through this bit. But the next bit we don't have what, so next bit's off limits. Can't actually go fight the boss or do the thing. A good move that would be good to have would be like some sort of a Quake Hammer. A move that would be good would be like a jump that if it kills an enemy puts other enemies to sleep. Or like it doesn't have to be like multiple other enemies, honestly. It could be just like puts one enemy to sleep, and that would be good value, I think. That would be a good value for a move. That's the sort of design space I think that if anyone is making like an indie Paper Mario, you should go into. Like just come up with a bunch of moves that really like Mega Quake is 5, that's fine. That really like go for it, you know? Power Quake, that's not as good as Mega Quake. Let's just check for shits and giggles. It is cheaper. This costs 4. This costs 2. Yeah, we're going with the cheaper, the one that costs less in battle. Though, of course, you know, hey, we don't need to be concerned that much with that shit. We'll just go ahead and unlock the motherfucker before we leave. The gate at the blue station. We'll unlock that. That's all we can do in Chapter 4 for now, and we've done a good deal, actually. We've done, like... We can't do the Koopa... not Koopa Kids, the Baby Yoshis yet in Chapter 5, but because we don't have Watts. But having sushi gives us a lot of stuff to do in the water chapter, and also... Alright, let's bounce out of here. And also... loads of other places as well. Sushi is a big get. Sushi's a big get. By the way, tonight the blocks aren't randomized, the upgrade blocks. I've been doing that one for a while using that setting, but I don't know. I don't think it's as interesting as you would think. It just mixes everything up and puts it in places that I don't know where they are, the upgrade blocks. It makes it so that a lot of rooms like this are just basically empty, which I think is a little bit of not good. If these had like valuable things that they could be swapped with, or if they were just swapped between like every question mark block, maybe that would be more interesting to me, but also that would introduce a level of chaos, just because like what if like every question mark block that had like coins or an item in it could be swapped with like every, you know, you'd have to know all those locations as well when doing your checks, basically, and that's a little bit more cumbersome. Let's see, we'll upgrade Bow. This will give her an attack that does 10, which is pretty key, pretty ideal. You know, we can do the Chapter 2 now. I forgot, we just got the hammer upgrade. And we also have bombette, so we can get in the front door even. We can get in either side. Get in either side of things. There's also one thing to get in prologue that we can now get that we couldn't get before. Which, you know, is a bit inconvenient, but whatever. That's just how it is. We can also get this. He's gonna tell us we're a lucky man, even if it's a bad badge or a bad item. It's a badge. It's worth something. Follow up on a rare game I'd like to replay. Last time I talked about various rare games I want to play on stream at some point, since it is like rare was a big part of my childhood. After all, it would only be appropriate to play as many of them as we can. Talked about Banjo-Tooie, Conker, Cameo, Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge. But there's a game that sort of slipped my mind, and is totally a perfectly good, in fact a very good candidate for a full on-stream replay, and that is Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet. I was always really fond of that one. You know, even though it is just a mediocre... It is a mediocre... mediocre Zelda, but... I think it has cool stuff. It has nice music. That's really good shit. It has really good music. And, wait, was that 20 FP? Did that say 20 FP? I just sort of hit the button. No, it didn't say that. Must have said something else. Oh, okay, it's just 3. I don't know where I got... There's no 0 on there. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like Star Fox Adventures would be a good one. Also, another rare game that would be interesting, maybe not like strictly speaking good, would be like It's Mr. Pants, which is a very obscure Game Boy Advance game, which is kind of like a weird puzzle game where you're like trying to fit in blocks to form like rectangles basically, and then they'll disappear, sort of like what's that rhythm-based puzzle game that was on PlayStation Portable? Sort of like that game back in the day. You're just trying to form like rectangles without any odds or ends, and it's a little bit difficult, and it's all right. You know, it's the kind of game I feel like it just came out in the wrong era, I think, if that makes sense. You know, does that track? I think that if it came out like 20 years, or like, it came out like at the tail end of the Game Boy Advance, around like 2004, 2005. It had come out like 3 years later. It would have been like a perfectly good candidate for a mobile game for iPhone in its early days, when just like a little puzzle game where you like, oh, I move a thing around and I try to create shapes. Oh, that like would be like just a dot style, really good free-to-play game that they could have made bank with. Instead, it was just a Game Boy Advance game that everyone forgot about pretty quick like. I guess also at this point, most people have forgotten about early... I don't know if that's true. Do you think people have forgotten about most early iOS games? Like Flappy Bird. Is Flappy Bird early? Flappy Bird might be more mid, actually. Flappy Bird, there was a game I liked called Dots, where you just like pop dots, and that was it. That was the game. Nowadays, mobile games are like, here's a virtual stick. Here's virtual controls. It's just a regular-ass game. It's Fortnite. You know, all the kids these days, they played Fortnite on their phones, and they know how to do it. And it's no longer a thing where you look at the phone and go like, they'll never play a real game on this. You need like custom everything to make it work. Nowadays, they're like, nah, hold it. The kids today, they hold it landscape, and they hold it like a controller. And apparently it doesn't make their hands hurt. I'll tell you, it makes my hands hurt. Here we are in Koopa Village. Do we have the shell? I don't think we do, but that doesn't matter. Hey, what's up? There's Koops. Cooper. Koops is from the next game. We don't really want that, but... Well, actually, Invisijill is good against Bowser, I guess. That said, honestly, we are kind of loaded for bear against Bowser. We don't really have nothing to worry about from his ass. You know, I know that there are people who beat him on, like, 10 health. We're at max health here. We don't have to worry about a damn thing. Let's watch. 1, 2. I should have did like a guess of where it's gonna end up. That's the thing they do on like Paper Mario speedrunner streams, like on Glower's channel. They'll do like 2143, 2143, something like that. This would be 22. 22. 3. But I thought there were 4 steps to it, but maybe, you know what, maybe it's like a quality of life thing. They reduced the amount of, like, tree things. I don't know if that's plausible, but either I was not paying attention, I totally just blanked over one, or they did some funny business to actually speed that up. I thought that there were 3. I thought it was like a 4 thing. You know what? Maybe my memory is just crap. Maybe my memory is just crap. I could have sworn that it's like a 4-digit thing that they do on Glower's channel to predict. Whatever. That's the Fuzzy Menace exterminated, taken care of. Fuzzies will never be seen again in this game. Is that true? Might be fuzzies later, I forget. Well, we might not see them anyway because, you know, Randomizer might not need to go wherever they live. Or wherever they could be found. Flower saver. Let's sell some items while we're here. Ooh. That's pretty sick. That's a scarf. Scarves are sick. Wait, I thought didn't I get that key? I thought I got that star stone. Yeah, I did. I just forgot to mark it off. I also didn't mark off didn't I get a blue? I thought I remember. Yeah, the blue key I did, but I didn't mark it. Need to be more attentive and not miss that stuff. Let me sell some shit. Make some quick bucks. Ooh, wow. Jelly pops are worth 100. I regret not collecting them before and just letting them, like, expire. That was a mistake. They're not even that much. They don't even do that much more than a jelly, but they're apparently worth a good deal more. Okay, you can take a Whack-As Bump. Wait. Yeah. Whack-As Bump isn't really that good when I have literally 3 other items that are better than it, I guess. But you know what? I feel really attached to Whack-As Bumps. You know, I definitely, whenever I play it like vanilla style, which I'll tell you, I haven't played it vanilla style in like well over a year. That's not true. I played it when it came out on N64 online. I haven't played it vanilla style since then, which, you know, typically I would say like that is about the amount of times I replay this game, but since I've gotten into the randomizer, I played it a bunch. It's like a regular recurrent thing, and it's been really nice to have that in my life. There's another seed. That's the second one. Oh crap, I need to turn off the... Hang on, let me turn off the part where you can see my mouse. I forgot to do that with this tracker, I suppose. Oh, you know what? I don't need to get up because I totally have the OBS on the screen itself. Normal style. Let me go down to where my trackers are. Trackers, properties, capture cursor, do not. Okay. Alright. Getting this back up. Excuse a little stuttery while it's... Whoa. Getting a little confused as it's switching back and forth between stuff, I guess. Between OBS and this. Let's see, where do we want to go? Let's go left. We will at some point have to go across the river and do the stuff that's across on the other side of this river, but not now. We'll do that later. Also, we can't get to it from here, so kind of right out. Anything here? Ooh, I want that. That's good. Okay. Here's another place where Coin Sanity, you know, gets some really good shit, which is to say like a group of 3 items, but none of those are things we really want, so let's just keep on moving, keep on trucking. Alright, we're heading over to the fortress. The World 1 Fortress, Chapter 1 Fortress. And we have Bombette, and we have Cooper. So we can do a lot there, but we cannot finish because we're lacking 2 keys. That said, it is very possible that the keys might be in the dungeon themselves. You know, we just get lucky. Or it could have something that'll help us go farther and, you know, name the world, any other world. Let's go do that. Ice power, that's going to be helpful if we end up going to doing chapter, whatever, chapter 5. Which I will say, as far as chapter 5 goes, let's see, what do we need for chapter 5? Chapter 5, all we need is 1 item to finish chapter 5. For chapter 1, all we need is 3 items. That's not all. That's not. Chapter 2, all we need is 3. Is a key and 3 other keys. So 4 items in total is what we need for chapter 2. For chapter 3, we need Paracarry and we need 1 of the keys. So 2 away from chapter 3. We are 1 away from chapter 4. We are 1 away from chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, we need 2 more seeds, and also we need soil. And also we need our boy Lackluster, so like 3 items. And for the snow world, we need the red key, and I think that's it. Yeah, we just need 1 item. We just need 1 item for the last world, so it might end up that one of our things will be the last area, if that, you know, if we just so happen to find it. Let's go, let's keep looking. We don't have another key, so we're going to have to just do everything we can do right now, which does include talking to the prisoners. We'll do that last, so we don't have to do the actual, like, there's a point where some guys come up and they try to fight you after you do the jailbreak. But if we do that last and Homeworld's room out, we won't have to do it. So, you know, we'll do that last, and unless we find a key, which I suppose is possible, we won't have to do a thing. Alright. Let's keep a rolling. Let those guys take care of themselves, such as the fun of Bump Attack badge. Just nothing there. Okay, walking back. Still got more cards. Still got more in the way of cards. Been playing a little bit of Shovel Knight King Cards. Well, that's a coincidence. Cards and all. Recently, in the last stream, I talked about games I would like to get back to, and it occurred to me that, like, I never finished King of Cards, despite thinking that the basic conceit of it was pretty good. You know, and that, like, oh, it takes the Shovel Knight thing and it makes the levels really short, which I think is a big improvement, because I feel like one of the things about the Shovel Knight that turns me off is that the levels are so damn long. I get tired before I finish a level. I get tired and exhausted, and I was like, okay, I don't want to go on. And it's like a whole thing. But in King of Cards, the levels are short, so it's better, right? And it's like, kinda. I will say I've kind of replaying, and I say replaying, playing it, and continuing on. I fought against a boss, and it was really hard and frustrating, and honestly, I really just dislike the way that your money just flies out of you every time you die. I think that feels like that's a really bad feeling, in a way that, like, honestly, I would rather just have limited lives versus, like, having to do a bunch of fucking busy work task in order to get my money back. And also, like, to me, the idea of the game getting easier if you're better at it, that doesn't make sense. The game should be easier if you're worse at it. Seems backwards. I don't know. I guess that's like the Souls thing. It's like, did I turn in the thing? I turned in the mailbag, but did I turn in the calculator? I did not. Okay, calculator, mailbag are turned in. Cool, okay. Now then, where are we going next? Let's do prologue. Let's go do prologue and get that one item that we missed earlier. And then... not prologue, that's the wrong pipe. Chapter 2 is like... Chapter 2 looks pretty good as far as, like, we can get a lot of stuff. We can do almost anything except for everything that requires pair carry. I'm just gonna walk this away and get the gray block one over here. That's the plan. I like having the prologue open early. I feel like that makes more sense than having it be closed and having to do, like, the Goomba King and all that business, like, after you get the Super Hammer. It'd almost make more sense if you started in like the Goomba Village, but I will say that is an option. You can start in the Goomba Village if you want, but that's just weird. Because that also makes your homeward shroom return to there, and that just ain't right. That's the Goomba Village is not a hub like the Toad Town is. Like Toad Town is. You know, there's not like a million places you can go directly from there. All right, let's swim across the thing. We're gonna fight a boss, and then we're gonna go. There's a million. Honestly, right now, there's a million places we can go. A million places we can check. Okay, that didn't put him to sleep, but that's fine. Now go ahead and do your fan smack. Nice. Nice. Grab a drink of water. Ah. Alright. We'll try this again. Maybe it's just like... maybe it just doesn't work against certain enemies. That's the other thing, I guess, that makes the sleep stomp, like, less good. Is that it just doesn't work sometimes, and spending FP on a thing that doesn't do anything, that don't feel good. I don't think I have a good way of killing these two guys. Don't have, like, Starstorm, and don't have, like, a... but what if I just instead ignored them and pushed for damage? Then I could kill them, like, I could kill them next turn. Bastards. Bloodsuckers. Vampire? Do squids suck blood? I don't think that they do. If they do, it's just like a normal thing. It's not like a vampire thing. I don't think. I'm gonna use Fan Smack because, well, I was gonna say that I would have to use Fan Smack to kill one of the little guys if I still have to kill them, which I do. But actually, either way, I have to use Fan Smack, so it kind of makes no difference. Didn't think about it that way. Ah, well. They basically, with the rate at which they do things, they get back up to max health instantly. I guess also that's me having the E up, D down equipped, so they're doing 1 extra damage and healing 1 extra damage. Good for them, I guess. I've been still playing a lot of Marvel Snap, by the way. Marvel Snap is so fucking good. And I especially like how they've done a great job of, like, keeping things mixed up, you know? Every Sunday, apparently, there's, like, a area that appears more than any other. And, you know, sort of building and choosing a deck around that. It's an interesting thing to consider on Sundays. And apparently they've been, you know, adding new locations every week. And when they do, for 2 days, it's it has that hot location status. So, can you hit this? Maybe not. It has that hot location status. So, which ends up being, you know, very interesting to play around. This week there was like a location that when you play a card on it, it gives your opponents a copy of the cards. You need very specific cards to make that work. Like, an Ebony Maw will do it. Ebony Maw basically cannot be played past turn 3, and also locks down makes it so that you can't play any more cards to the place you play it to. So you play that on that place on turn 3, and well, there's no response to that. They just got a dead card in their hand. Another thing you could do is give a card that will advantage you if they use it. Like if you're doing a movement deck and they're not, give them a cloak, and I think its name is Cloak. The guy who like lets other characters move to their location the next turn, and that applies to both sides. If you're doing a move deck and they're not, that's invaluable for you, and it's just convenient for them. Though also that guy does have really good stats, is just 2 costs, but has 4 in the terms of power, which is extraordinarily well statted, basically. All right. There's a bunch of stuff we can do in here. This here world, the ice world. We can basically do everything up to the red key. And you know what? It is possible that the red key is in the fortress itself in like a nearly vanilla location. If that was the case, that would be highly inconvenient, but also, what are you gonna do? That's just how it would be. But we can just go all the way that we can now and see what we can find. Oh, right, you go. Sorry, it's been a minute since the last time I played. I forgot to do this. Super Shroom. Go in there because that'll just cause cutscenes, and we can avoid the cutscenes by going to the other place first over here. We also want to go turn in the items. We want to turn in the items beforehand so that we can get like the full amount of stuff you get when you sleep at the inn first time. By the way, Found more cards. Let me pull up one more. Treasure Hunting Thursday. That's right, folks. Last time I talked about several games I was thinking about playing. And also I have several games that are in the docket, or like in the, not in the docket, but in the About Me page panels down there. Games I would like to play in the future. I have decided to start something I haven't done in a long time, which is basically 2 playthroughs that are being done in tandem with each other. That's right. I am playing 2 games with are thematically connected vaguely. That is Uncharted 2, and Wario Land 4. 2 games about treasure hunting. And these will be played back to back. I think Uncharted first, and then Wario Land in the back half. And we'll get through them hopefully around the same pace. Maybe a world or 2 of Wario, maybe an hour or 2 of Uncharted. Not really sure like what pace you go through Uncharted. Like, I know there's 26 chapters, but like how does that translate in terms of like playtime? Not 100% sure about that, but I would like to do it where I do a little bit of one and then a little bit of the other. Now, I will say, the first times I did this, I did like Paper Mario and Super Paper Mario and like Donkey Kong Returns, which were 2 games from the Wii era around the same time. And I also did DK64 and DKC Tropical Freeze, which is to say like one of the best and one of the more disputable games in the DKC franchise at the same time. Unlike those, I am going to mostly be doing one and then the other. So like I will do like a couple hours of one, then a couple hours of the other, basically, without necessarily switching until it is, you know, quote-unquote time to switch. Until like the end of, until like the halfway point. There's not gonna be like one and then the other and then one and then the other and one and then the other. I don't mind that format. I think it's kind of fun to do it that way, but I think it would be better for just like logic's sakes to just do one at a time. Also, it's a little more normal. In other news, as far as like playthroughs go, I will say that I'm going to be continuing GTA 5 on Monday after Mario Maker. That'll be continuing as before. Nothing changing there. Choose Bomb Bat. Bomb Bat's probably pretty good. Ooh. Power Bomb's the cheapest. Yeah, that's pretty good. 6 damage. I think I would be doing like either 0 or 5 damage with like the fan attack. And I'd be doing even less with a lot of the other partners that I have. So the bomb is probably going to be our go-to here. I say it's probably going to. It is. It's confirmed. Why am I so low? I have healing items. It's fine. I can take a thing. Jeez, I'm lower than I thought. Also, I'm lower on FP than I thought. I guess I got burned out during that Looper fight earlier, and just didn't notice like how bad a shape I was. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. Anyway, those 3 games will be the ones I play through in the near future, other than also Sonic Adventure 2, which, again, once we meet that goal, there will be a final stream to do the last part of Sonic Adventure 2, and also to do the watch party and business that I mentioned that I had planned for Tuesday, or Wednesday, last Wednesday. Alright, that opens that up. And now there's a bunch of stuff we can get back in town. we go, you know, rest at the end, there'll be a bunch of items that appear. I think it might be in the base game coins, but since I have coin sanity, the coins are replaced with items probably, most likely. Or they might have been replaced with other coins, which, you know, obviously you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, so it would just look correct if that were to happen. Repel gel. There's another boss over here, but not like a real boss. I think Bow will be our best bet for them. We're not scared of this boss though, so we're gonna fight. We will not regret it. It's gonna be fine. In fact, right now, with Bow's help, we'll do this in one turn and save us having to sit through the very, very, very long attack animation. Look at that, that's ideal. Beautiful, beautiful. It turns out it wasn't actually a monster, it was a bunch of star kids, basically. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go. Talk to this guy. We're gonna have to get one item from here. Just one item, though. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. Get in there, talk to the thing. By the way, I'll pull out another card. Did you hear about the Twitter layoffs? Yeah, that's sort of the hot news today, huh? Those fucking layoffs. Like, it sounds like 50% of the company was just laid off. And I don't know if he's trying to do it for... make it like it's for cause or something, but that's a bunch of bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit, you know? And just like... yeah, man, that sucks. Whole teams have been laid off, just... honestly, like, Elon is out there being like, oh, we're gonna do 1 million things and we're gonna do it like in a week from now. Also, we're downsizing the staff by half because I have to make $1 billion because I just spent $1 billion. It's like, okay, dude. I just hate that about business, right? That there's a thing that they do where they buy a company that's doing perfectly well, and then they say, oh, because I spent $10 billion buying you, you now owe me $10 billion. So the company is now $10 billion in debt. How irresponsible. And it's just like, what? And it's just like, they weren't irresponsible. They didn't incur that debt. They got that debt because they were really good. They were so impressive, everyone was liking them. And that's why they are now deeply, deeply, deeply in debt. Because someone thought they were worth $1 billion. Like, that don't make fucking sense. In what world you sell someone says like, okay, you're worth $10 billion. Wow, it sounds like we're doing great then. No, you're $10 billion in debt because I just bought you and I'm giving you all the debt that I just spent on you. The fuck? Honestly, that should be like super, super, super illegal. That should not be allowed. And I think that every time that happens, that's just entirely fucked up. And just like... there's no way for me to look at it as like, you know... basically the market and Elon decided that Twitter was worth a couple $1 billion, or technically Elon kind of didn't. He was kind of like forced into it because he like pretended like he was gonna buy it and it's like, oh, never mind, and that drove the price down. That did a number on the price, so he had to follow through. Spike Shield's a good badge. Let's equip that badge, I like that. Spike shield, spike shield, spike shield. It's expensive. I can't afford it. Let me see what I can unequip. Can't unequip that. Ooh, goodbye, Sleep Stomp. You were lovely while you were relevant, but I gotta go with Spike Shield. And I'll have to go with like some like cold abilities for the fire worlds once we get there. So I guess we'll tech in. We'll do some teching. You know what teching is? That's when in like a card game, a CCG, a tech card is when you. A tech card is like a counter card that like counters something in the meta that you're looking to play against, and you expect to encounter. So it's like a very specific answer to a. It's like a very specific answer, basically. Okay, let's bomb a bet here. Power bomb. That's something I would look to again. I was talking earlier about like what kind of design opportunities you had in like a new Paper Mario if you were making one. I would definitely look to like how CCGs do, and definitely like make it so that building up your characters to address what specific enemies you're dealing with was a big deal. I guess like the easiest way to do that would be like to have a would be to put together like a type system, I guess. You know, like Pokemon has. That would be like the easiest, most simple, most straightforward way of being like, okay, this enemy, this partner is good for this area, this partner is good for that area. And like, just, you know, have it so that like, okay, I see this enemy, let's put in this guy and this guy and this guy and take care of it this way. That enemy, okay, I gotta use these guys instead. Pick up the Ultra Shroom, and I'll put back a Pow Block. Whenever I think about stuff like that, I would, you know, I've talked before about like, about what games I would like to make. A platformer would probably be chief among them, just because, you know, I've done a lot of like level design in Mario Maker, and you know, I think I'm pretty decent at it now. And I think I can manage to do like a really fucking good platformer, provided I can figure out like the art, sound, physics, which I'll say I'm an engineer, so like the physics programming part I might be like better suited than some to do, but like the art and the sound, that is basically a big problem for me as far as like that goes, I guess. But also writing, I guess writing would be like the fourth thing that I'm not good at that I would have to figure out. But if I were to do a Paper Mario game, it'd be fun to do, or like, I have a lot of ideas as far as like, oh, it'd be fun if you were to spec your characters to fit every situation. There's so much in these games that is just like, and as far as like design space goes, I guess the easiest thing would be just like a type system. That would be like the easiest, most brain dead solution. Be like, how do you make it so that some enemies are weak to some things, and like you have to decide, you have to figure out like what you're building your team for at any given moment. Make some fire types, make some water types, and you have to use like electric moves in those cases. Speaking of electric moves, eh? Why isn't this glowing? Oh, you know what? I didn't mark the cake earlier when I got the cake. There we go. It now knows that we can go over there and we can finish chapter 4. We can now finish the first chapter. But we're still in this neighborhood. We're still in the neighborhood of the of this ice temple. So let's go ahead and do everything we can do before leaving. Possible that something important might be in these next couple of rooms that we have access to. And also, if we were to find the red key here, we could finish this chapter as well, right here, right now. We have to find a red key, though, and there's a very limited amount of places it could be in this area that's not behind the red key door, basically. Right. So yeah, my heart goes out to everyone at Twitter who's affected, who's been laid off, and my heart goes out to everyone at Twitter that still has to deal with Musk's bullshit. You know? If I were y'all, even if I didn't get laid off, definitely would be polishing those resumes, looking for an opportunity that doesn't involve 80-hour weeks. And I got that wrong, by the way. Last time I said 62, it was actually like 86, which is a lot worse than 62. Just like math-wise. And it's all manner of fucked up that he is, that like, again, you know, Twitter as a company was doing just fine, so just fine that they said like, oh, it's worth $10 billion. And Elon Musk tried to say like, no, it's worth 9 or 8, but still, a couple of $1 billion nonetheless, either way. We'll use Megaquake, that'll make it so that we can do it all in one turn. There we go, that's smarter. But like, imagine that. You're doing so well, your company was worth $10 billion. And then the new guy gets into business, it's like, okay, I just spent $10 billion on you assholes. We need to fucking do this shit because we are not meeting my expectations for like whatever. Like all that shit, that sounds like very strictly an Elon Musk problem, you know? Like, don't think that, oh, you just spent $10 billion buying us? I don't see how that is anyone's problems but his. You know? And also, like, there have been, like, some talk of, like, more features that have creeped out of, like, Twitter and stuff. Creeped out, not, that have been going around and rumors on social media sites such as Twitter about new Twitter features that Elon Musk is considering in order to make a profit. One of which is allowing people to DM celebrities for money, which, like, that sounds like an immensely bad idea, my man. Like, wow, if you want your celebrities to leave the platform, that's what you want to do. It's just like give people another way to get in contact with them and annoy them, right? It's just make it so that like, oh, there's suddenly you got a DM from Thunderfoot, who I guess that's Thunderfoot is an actual guy. He's like an alt-right YouTuber or something. And I remember his name because a YouTuber I like made a joke that like he was one of the only ones making jokes about like Elon's loop. Which, you know, hey, that's another connection there between Elon and I say that's a connection. It's funny that loops around back to being about Elon again. Alright. We're about 2 hours in, and we have the ability to do 1 star. So, and we're pretty close to some of the other ones as well. So I think we're doing pretty well as far as pace goes. And like I said, one of the goals tonight was to like gauge how long a 3-star run would take me in isolation, so as to better judge like how much I need to prepare for the randomizer roulette. And if like 3 stars was the right amount, maybe like 2 stars could be instead. I think 3 is about right. I think it probably will go a little bit over 3, but a lot of the other runs that I'm doing might go a little bit under 3, so probably will work out. That's all we can find in this area now. Time to go back, time to finish Chapter 4. And like, yeah, the way that things are proceeding, there's definitely an opportunity for like better Twitter to appear, right? If anyone is already making a social network, like now is the time to get in and be like, hey, we're not Twitter, but we're like Twitter, come and join us. And you might even like You might even take off and shit. Wouldn't that be nice? I will say, though, of the current, like, competitors, of the current, like, Twitter likes, I think that co-host is dead on arrival because it doesn't have an app and doesn't have other such features that I think are indispensable to, like, Twitter. The app is the biggest thing, right? And also I will say, like, co-host, please do a linear timeline. I know that Twitter itself doesn't actually do a linear timeline, but with applications you can make it do a linear timeline, and for me, that's good enough. You know, I have a tweetbot, and that's what I use, and it still works the same as it always did. Please, 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 whatever the Twitter replacement has, it has to have a linear timeline as an option, and it has to not be a dick about, like, manually, like, going like, oh, hey, you got the setting. You set it to this? Oh, I turned your setting back. I guess that's also a thing about Twitter, is that it's just quietly been sucking for the last, oh, say, 5 years. That thing where, like, you set it to a linear timeline, a time-related timeline, no algorithm, and it just automatically is like, yeah, let me turn that back on for you. There you go, buddy. Enjoy the lack of a timeline. That is just such a dick move. It's kind of incredible that they think they can get away with that, and that they've been getting away with that for, like, you know, so long. And it's only reasonable, it's only sensible that, like, oh, you know, Elon's getting in there, he's fucking up stuff left and right. The house of cards is falling down. But, like, I am definitely, like, really curious what emerges. Like I said, co-host, dead on arrival, no app. Doesn't seem like it's easy to, like, follow people and know what they're up to. Honestly, I like, looked at that for a second. There weren't enough people on it. And also, like, we switch out. You shouldn't use her. She's not powered up. She doesn't have enough power. We'll use Bombette. Bombette will be good. There's not enough people, and also, like, it's hard to, like, follow as a feed. And Mastodon has, like, a bunch of weird, like instances. It's sort of like a decentralized Twitter, which is to say, like, there's different admins for different, like, sections of the site that you have to join individually, and it's just like, what? That's too complicated. Ain't no one dealing with all that. No. And obviously, like, the right-wing fucking, like, right-wing Twitter equivalents, they are all right out. Oh wow, that guy's in the air, so you can't hit him with a ground attack. I didn't know that's how that worked. Well, I guess it makes sense. I mean, a hammer wouldn't be able to hit that guy. He's too tall. Let's just bomb these guys. That'll be efficient. Efficient and good. Okay, Bombette, do a power bomb. This does 7, so it won't kill them, but it will get them close enough so that Quake Hammer will do the trick. I'm sorry, Mega Quake. Do I need to time this? No, I don't. Untimed does 6. That's pretty sick. Alright, let's, I think my best bet is to use bombs again for this. Usually I would swap in, Watt, but she's not powered up, so I think that she'll be weaker than just a bomb would be. The electricity will disable her, but it's fine. I still think Watt wouldn't be able to do it any faster than just Mario alone would be able to. In fact, this is good. This saves us a turn, like, manually, like, doing her stuff. That was actually faster. He did us a service. He did us a good thing. There is the first Star Spirit. We just need 2 more. till we can end. Alright, I'm just gonna mark it off right now. I haven't actually grabbed it yet, but whatever. I will in a second. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I would encourage anyone, honestly, like, all those Twitter employees, like, my money would be on them. Like, there's gotta be, like, some expertise there and some, like, I would bet on them being, like, instrumental to the creation of a new Twitter, like a replacement for Twitter. Though also, you know, I guess, you know, an important thing is, like, speed in this, right? But also, like, I don't think Mastodon's got it. I don't think Co-Host has got it. I don't think any of the ones no one's ever heard of are gonna do it. So, like, if the Twitter employees wanted to, like, get on board with one of those and, like, whip it into shape, and with their expertise and, like, you know, years of thinking about, like, oh, what would a good Twitter look like? I assume that that's what they spend their time doing, like, how do we make Twitter better? What would a better Twitter look like? What could we do? And, you know, with a fresh start, I would imagine that they would make all sorts of different decisions. I would like to think, anyway. That would be my bet. That would be my bet as far as, like, you know, in a year or two, you'll see, like, oh, hey, it's actual new Twitter. And it's by the actual people who made Twitter. And, like, maybe even they'll... And, like, some... I guess the thing is, like... One of the things that's, like, worrisome about, like, a new Twitter or new anything is that one of the ways Twitter came to prominence is spent, like, years not having ads. But can you do that as a new company now? Is that something that people will invest in? Like, spending a few years ad-free without any monetization? Or will these days, do you want to have monetization built in from the start? What exactly does that look like? I don't know, but, you know, I think that, and hope that I hope there are people out there working that out because, yeah, man, Twitter has never been more vulnerable. Never been more vulnerable to, like, a mass exodus. In fact, it's already happening, even though there's no one place for everyone to converge on. What would be the features of, like, a Twitter replacement for you, for me? I think the short format is important. In fact, I would say, like, there should be, like, a... Okay, first off. There should be some sort of cutoff where, like, there should be, like, a length, right? You know how Twitter, you can have up to 280 characters? I would make it so that in this new service, you still had a similar limit, but you could go above it, and it would just become like, instead of like a small post, or like, you know, there'd be like a name for it or something. Instead of like a small post, it would be like a big post, right? Instead of instead of an update, it's like a blog instead. So, you know, there's like a distinction between those two things. So to allow for more thoughtful stuff, but also just like really encourage that short format, which I think was inherent to a lot of comedy over the years, especially things like drill humor and like such. One of the advantages about Twitter look at that, it's a key. We don't have the paracarry to get it, but once we do, we'll be able to do everything in the dungeon. Also, again, no paracarry, no going over there. That would be my bet for, like... what else would be good? I think better ability to share videos would be handy. Currently in the app that I use, Tweetbot, it's a little outdated, so there's Parakarry, perfect, just when we needed him. Wonderful. God, I forgot the switch. Just going, trying to light up this very, very light mountain. Not effective. Okay, let's go get that key. Personally, I'm not like jumping at the bit to... Fuck! It's not a real one. I'm not like chomping at the bit to replace Twitter myself. It does sound like it's going entirely downhill. Yeah, like just like irrevocably shitty the direction he is taking it, Elon Musk is taking it, but until there's a good replacement, I don't know. That said, then again, I do find myself trending more towards Discord these days than like Twitter, right? Like, I often find it hard to keep up on Twitter, whereas like, you know, it's easy to just check all the Discords that I'm in, like check like whatever channels that I actually follow and participate in. And it's just a really sensible way to do like social interaction. Whereas it feels like for Twitter, I'm just more looking for updates, jokes, and like, you know, other such things, rather than just like active discussion. You know, I'm more looking for someone to make a really funny Elon Musk joke on Twitter, whereas like in other places like Discord, I'm doing all my talking, I'm doing all my like, hey, here's what I think, here's what I'm up and up to. That's where you talk about lunch these days, on Discord. Used to be Twitter was the site where you said, hey, I had this and that for lunch, I had a burger for lunch. I actually didn't have much in the way of lunch today, I just sort of skipped that meal. Been sort of skipping lunch recently just because of sleep schedule stuff, and you know, just going like, okay, well, you know, I get up and then I just don't eat anything for a while. And then I say, okay, I'll have some breakfast real fast. And then in a few hours I'll have a little dinner. You know, and I often just will like work for a couple hours and be like, okay, I probably should have some food. I probably should have some food now. It's just a little out of the way to do so. You know, and to spend the time. We're Luigi, by the way. That's who we are. What does Parakarry allow us to get in other places? Allows us to get into Chapter 3 now. And if we get one more key, Chapter 3 will be doable, I think. I think that is the case. One more key. We got an artifact, so let's talk to him. Cooper. Fucking Parakarry, what are you doing? Wasting my time. There we go. There's your artifact. Diamond Stone! Oh shit, that's nice. Now let me mark off the art that I've turned into the artifact as well. And for this, I like to bring up the map for the, let's see here, Dry Ruins. No, that's a Dry Desert, here we go. Right, so I'm gonna go, let's go up first and hit up the top half of the map first. There's a few more things over here than in the lower parts. Nothing. Bunch of nothing. Thunder Rage is over here. Well, what used to be Thunder Rage Vanilla. Coin. Honey candy. That's not very good. Maple syrup, that's not very good either. I'm gonna go... Should we go into Dry Ruins and, like, get a bunch of stuff? No, let's continue down doing the desert, and then we'll do the ruins after the desert. I don't think we checked the store in Dry Outpost either. Wait. Were we one off here? Let me check. Yeah, here's 5 blocks. Don't need that. Definitely don't need that. I think I have already a badge that badge that I'm not using, so very, very mid. Nothing good here. Runaway pay and 2 blocks here. Runaway pay is is between the trees. It's Bubkus. Don't need that. Just a coin. And again, for those just joining, if anyone's just joining, I'm Poke Room, isn't it? I'm using this map for the desert. Once we get back to the rest of the game, I'll switch back to something else. I'll scroll back up to the tracker part, and you'll see where we stand as far as progress goes. Basically, we've gotten a lot of stuff. We still have a good deal to find as far as main stuff goes. Why don't we stop in town and do everything here real fast while we're in the neighborhood? I have to do this business. Alright. Let's fuck it, Lancaster! Let's go. We got all the partners that we need. We don't need Goombario. I really like Goombario casually, but it is undeniable that we do not need him for, like, anything. We sell bad items first, I believe. And, yeah, I'm gonna buy a mushroom and a dusty hammer. That lets me do a thing over here, which will be important in just 2 seconds. Let's see what we get. Now, I will say, because we have all the partners now, that's going to mean that most items remaining will only do one thing, right? They'll only help us in one place. So it's not like there's anything we can collect now that'll, like, unlock 2 star spirits. But, you know, that also means that there's only, like, the main items to get as far as like the star spirits go. We don't have to worry about anything but that. Alright, we're gonna go do the downward ones. There's these 2 blocks here. Spin attack is over here. Might be, yeah, okay, this would require using a tornado, but it's Bubkus, so moving on. There's something in the bushes over there. It's a mushroom. I'm gonna throw it away, even though the dusty hammer is maybe worse. I know it's definitely worse. I'm not gonna... Fuck. I was about to say I was never gonna use that, but I'll pick it up anyway. Pick that one up anyway. Who knows? Maybe on the final boss we'll unequip bump attack and we'll equip some of that stuff. I'm gonna do what? Alright, that's Oasis. Next thing is there's 3 more things left in the deserts, and then we'll go over to the ruins and we'll do everything we can. Wait, is this? No, this is before Oasis. I was a little lost, disoriented there for a second. Alright, we're gonna go straight across to attack FXC, and then we'll catch question mark block on the way up. Dry ruins. You know, it's probably more efficient to go like in a counterclockwise pattern. Hitting like FXC first. Where is it? This isn't the room, is it? But you know what? Do it this way, whatever. End of the day, it's all good. Happy heart. That's nice. Alright, time to head up and do the thing. Happy heart's not a bad one to get. Go left here. Go up here. Then there'll be a bit of a cutscene. Also, I will note we've been going for around 2 hours and a half, but we did probably take like 10-15 minutes to start, so I don't know. We're probably in good shape to clear this by 3 hours. And probably the estimate is like right on point for like the roulette, Randomizer Roulette. I will say originally with the Randomizer Roulette, again, the Randomizer Roulette is an upcoming feature. And for Extra Life, I'm going to do 12 hours, 4 randomizers, switching between them randomly every 5 to 10 minutes. For that stream, I will say that, what was I going to say? I was originally planning on doing 5. 5 felt like a more round number, you know? But ultimately, I was looking at the options, and I realized, like, I don't know about Ocarina as, like, Fortress Key. That's pretty good. Also, I'll put the tracker back on screen good and proper now. I just looked at the games and was like, I don't know about Ocarina of Time, and I tried a Chrono Trigger one, and it turned out to not be quite what I was looking for, and certainly not a good fit for the Randomizer Roulette. And so I ended up like scaling this one up a little bit. Originally I was like 2, and then when I removed some of the other ones from contention, I was like, 4, no, 3. 3 is the right number. We'll go with 3. And I will say, like, obviously I have done like full 7 stars, and that takes me like 5 or 6 hours, so you know, I know that the ballpark is probably just about right. If it goes over, it'd be like an hour or so over, which, hey, I'll say like DK64 could be an hour or so under, and you know, Minish Cap and if we get lucky and good on Minish Cap and Metroid, those could also be pretty short. So we'll see about all that. See about all that. Nothing there. With these rooms, I have the hammer already, so if there's a good item, I can go get it by, you know, doing the thing. Is this as deep as we can go? Oh, this might be as deep as we can go right now. That's just a mushroom, so that's Bubkiss. Well, we can do this bit, and then we can see if it's anything good. At which point we head off to the next thing. Which will be, Chapter 3 is, like, nearly completable. We just need one more thing. And that could be in later Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is a good bet. Chapter... You know what? There's a lot of stuff we can do in the jungle now, actually. And there's also stuff we can do underneath Toad Town with Lancaster. Let's go underneath Toad Town and do the Lancaster bits. Let's do those, because those are... There's some good stuff there. Well, there's stuff there. I guess whether they're good or not, that's all random. We'll see if they're good. Despite getting the first 2 hammer upgrades really early on, which actually, come to think of it, I said we were one thing away from doing Chapter 5, but that's just how it was originally, where basically when hammers were not randomized, you could either do Chapter 2 or Chapter 5 first, and whichever one you got to first had, or whichever one you finished first had, like, the gray blocks, and the other one had, like, the upgrade blocks. But now, the volcano always has the upgraded blocks, so we will need another thing, and also, you know, we don't have a way to get these, do we? Shit. I wonder if you could, like, jump with perfect timing and get that. The answer must be no. Okay, shit, less here than I thought, because we don't have the items, the necessary items yet. What now, then? It's either Chapter 3 or Chapter 4. Or, sorry, Chapter 5. Let's go down the sewers and we'll think it over while we're going down. I think Chapter 3, no, actually, Chapter 5. Let's go Chapter 5. We're headed right now. All right. Now that we have her, we can do a lot here that we couldn't do before. You know, swim, basically. Let's start with this room, since this room has one thing in it that we need to get. And then we'll sort of wrap our way around. And also, we do have enough to do, like, the Yoshi quest, so let's do the Yoshi quest as well, provided we don't find, you know, enough to finish the game before we complete it. Which we could, honestly. Like, we're one away from the last chapter, Chapter 7. We're one away from, I think, at least one other chapter. I think we're one away from Chapter 3. If we find 2 items, we're good to go. Two specific items, and then we can end. Also, you know what? We should check the shop, because the shop back in town can contain new items after each chapter is completed. And we did complete one, so that shop should now have some new item in it. Lots to consider. Lancaster, I think, is the next upgrade. Here, next best character. Next just best partner. Man, one of the games I should really give another shot to is Bug Fables. The thing about Bug Fables I just found really lacking there's two things. One, because there's only because there's only 3 characters, there's not much you can do in terms of like, oh, this partner is best for this fight, this partner is best for this fight. The lack of variety really like dragged the experience down for me. Second, there's not really much in the way of like a power increase over the course of the game. You know, in Paper Mario, you start off doing 1 damage, then you end up doing 2, and then 3, well, more 2, and then 4, and then finally 8. You know, and finally 6. And then you can also add in power pluses, and that'll, and PFD downs, and that'll even crank you up even higher. And there's nothing like that across the course of the campaign in Bug Fables. You're always just dealing with the same, you always have the same attack value, and enemies are always as tough as they were at the start of the game. Which to me is sort of self-defeating, you know? I want to be able, I don't want to just be facing tougher enemies, I also want to be able to just deal like, I want things to increase over the course of a game, like, dramatically so, or else, you know, I don't feel anything. It's just, it's sort of flat if you don't have that, you know? And the other thing is, yeah, you know, I definitely would want like a whole party system full of characters that you swapped in and out and would be more and less appropriate for given areas, right? Again, the thing I would look at is StarCraft 2. The way that like StarCraft 2 specs out its characters or specs out units, that would be a good model for how you could spec out a partner over the course of the game. I would look at like how you know, like card games, CCGs, build out effects that are really interesting and like have like interesting synergies that you can find and put to use. That would be, those would be the 2 sorts of games I would look at if I was making such a game. You definitely, and like the biggest example of that I've gone back to on multiple occasions would be go Bombat. Bombat's more reliable in this case. The thing I come back to is like some sort of, would be like in Hearthstone and honestly in the new game in Marvel Snap as well, there are enemies that do something when they die. You know, they sort of have death rattles. You know, like, oh, it's a piloted mech, it's a piloted shredder, it's a mech card. And when you kill the mech, the pilot jumps out, basically. That's how they justify it, it's pretty cool. And, you know, you can easily picture, like, things you could do with, like, a mech enemy in this game, right? And, like, tools you could make, you could design that the player would find and go like, oh, this is really good for that. Like, off the top of my head, like, silence effects would be powerful against that sort of thing. Effects that, like, hit, like, multiple times. Effects that, like, trigger off killing an enemy. There's like, if you build it, and if you design it carefully, there's probably multiple ways the players could find to address their issues. And whatever way they find, they would hopefully be satisfied with. I think now this guy used to have an item, but I think they took the item away because it was unintuitive. Which I agree, it was unintuitive, so probably the right call. All right. Coin. Ugh. Chapter 3? Yeah, I think Chapter 3 is our... I don't want to say it's our only choice, but we're getting down to it. I don't know where else we can go. Let me just go through the mental math while I'm walking to Chapter 3, which is, by the way, over here. I have one more key, so I can for chapter 1, so I can. Did I have just one key when I went into chapter 1, or did I have 2? I forget. I might have. I think I just had 1 though, so I think I can get farther into chapter 1, but not that much farther. And I don't think there's any items really in that portion of the. There's like 2. There's 2 items in that portion of the dungeon. In chapter 2, need a fortress key before I can do shit, before I can do anything. So we are in an impasse there. We've gotten everything that we can do for the time being. Chapter 3, that's just where we're headed. Chapter 4 is complete. Chapter 5, we need the guy, the little raven guy, to open up the path to the raven to proceed any further. Chapter 6, we need 2 seeds before we even get in there. And chapter 7, we need the red key to get any farther within that world. So if I'm not mistaken, this is like the main area that has. It's gotta have something that opens up something, unless the key is in chapter 1. And also, for what it's worth, we're 1 item away from being able to finish in multiple areas right now. This is the best way to go around this, to go right first. And then we'll catch everything on the return trip, basically. We'll have to drop down from the ceiling to get an item. The 2nd floor to get an item. So it's best to just, go up to start with. You can't usually, outside the randomizer, but you can during the randomizer. Because, you have keys to start with. Oh, by the way, that's called... By default, keys are not found outside the dungeons that they're from. But that's called key sanity, and honestly, I prefer it this way. I think it's more fun to have keys everywhere. I'm just gonna open all these things right now. I'm not actually gonna go down. We'll be coming back around later. We'll come up through that hole that we just made. So we might as well just key it on the way back, basically. Letter. Oh, that's good, okay. It takes me back to the door. We wanted to do that. Okay, so here... This is a potential for a lot of stuff. This is a room with like 7 coins in it that now have become 7 items, and well, we got one good thing. That's a seed. Seeds are good. There's also one more item in this room that we have to go to a special location to grab. Here's our seed. We don't want the Thunder Rage. We don't want that. We'll take that. Let's see if there's anything good back here. Nope. I can open this door, and this will be the next door that I open. But first, I'm gonna jump down and get these areas taken care of. So far, we haven't found. I don't think we found what we need to like go to the next area, or like keep moving. One of these chests is bound to have it at this point, unless it's somewhere else. There's only so many other else places to be, so odds are good it's here. The odds are in our favor, I would say. Either that or it's somewhere else. So let's see. 2. Let me see. How many checks are left in this area? There's 1 in this room here. Maybe 2 in this room here. I forget. Let's see what we got on the table. Oh! Didn't we just get a magical seed? Don't we have... I think I didn't mark it off. Yeah, we got all the magical seeds. That opens up Forever Forest and a massive amount of checks. That is big. That is huge. That is large. Maybe, I'll say, maybe for the randomizer roulette, here's a thought. Here's a small thought. Maybe we should have it so that Forever Forest starts open and that we don't have to get any seeds. That might be a good idea just because getting into Forever Forest is such a ordeal. Requires like so many specific items that like that is like locking off so many very good checks. So many things that you could be checking. Yeah, let's do that as a rule. We'll do open everything for the randomizer roulette. We'll open chapter 4 as well. Though obviously there's part of chapter 4 that without bow you won't be able to get to properly and check. But you know, hey, that just adds another small dimension to it. There's just one more thing to check here before we have to bail out. Unfortunately, we don't have what we need to finish, but hey, we just got a killer item. We just got exactly what we need to see the next area. We'll open everything to start with in the randomizer roulette. That's how we'll do. Also, I should check the store over here. Also, now we're 1 away from finishing Forever the Forest, or the forest. Finishing the woods. All we need is also it's Forever Forest. That's what it's called. The forest. We're so close to finishing Forever Fields. That's what it's called. Forever Fields. We just need to get a little bit of water. No, we got the water. We need a little bit of soil. That's it. We need the soil. And then, beautiful. We're good to go. 100%. Guaranteed. Yeah, we'll open up this to start with. That'll be a good thing. Open up a lot of checks. And also make it so that we're probably be able to finish it faster than we do tonight, basically, during the randomizer roulette, which is still right about at the 3-4 hour mark. Just about, give or take. Let's fucking go. Ho ho, who might that be? Okay, he's saying some stuff to me. I'm not really super concerned, though. I will say one thing that's weird. I have played a couple times doing this chapter, you know, being able to get into this chapter early. One of the things that's interesting when you have this chapter early is that one of the first things you can do is go do the moles. And the moles are really hard if you don't have, like, Quake Hammer and other type stuff. Nice record. The Quake Hammer makes those moles a lot easier to deal with, as do other moves that partners have that you get later on as you go through the game. So as a result, you know, the first time if you're coming here right out the gate, you might find yourself like, oh shit, these fucking moles. I guess the answer is like, well, just don't do them. You know, just hope that they don't have something essential. And for what it's worth, you know, for this for this particular run, nothing is strictly speaking essential because we only need we don't need everything, right? We only need like enough to get 3 star spirits. So I think for that, there's no one partner who is strictly speaking essential. Even if a partner was in behind the thing, I'm not sure if that would preclude you from finishing with a 3 star spirits goal. Now Mario, fight me. Mario, fight me. Alright, let's go ahead and... Oh, I don't have... That's right, these guys are flying. I'll have to depend on Bombette to take care of them efficiently. And I don't have, like, I don't think I have any AoE items on me at the moment. Because I sort of generally look at them and go like, it's not good. Not very good. Yep, no such items. Do nothing, it's fine. We'll just have Bombette finish these guys off. Still haven't played any of that new Mario Party. Really happy with those games being on N64 Online, though I will say Mario Party 3 was always my favorite game, and that one currently is not available yet, so I guess I'd settle for Mario Party 2, though. I suppose what I should do is that old classic chestnut of you start a game, you make it so that the computer players play, and then you just walk away and let them play it out for you. And then at the end of the game, you switch in you make them all human players, human-controlled players at that point. At which point you can go from there and finish the game and collect all the sweet rewards. That's a smart way to do it. Though, you gotta be careful to make sure you don't miss your chance to switch out. Or else it just ends and no one gets anything. You don't get anything. I always thought that was weird, the whole grinding to get currency thing in Mario Party 1. And, sure enough, later games sort of do away with it, more or less, or... At any rate, they make it a little different. Where you're not, like, literally playing through letting the computer players do the thing for end periods. Like left, it's like middle, left, right? No. Middle, right, left. And it's Bupkis. Alright, check this tree. Oh, hey, that's a water stone. That's cool. We like that. Water stone right there. Oh, that's also a thing. That's the lyrics. 2 key items in the tree. Tell me about these moles. I'll defeat them. It's fine. Been pretty tired recently, but when stream o'clock comes around, I'll be awake and shit, as is my way. I will say though, like honestly, I took a tiny little nap before the stream, just like 15 minutes, between like 5 and 5:15, and then got all set up and shit for the stream. You can just bomb, it's fine. Really need to correct my sleep schedule. you know, like a more normal thing. Problem is, after a stream, I'm always so tempted to just keep on going and just watch a bunch of stuff. You know, like on Wednesday, I just streamed for fucking 9 hours, like 8-9 hours. It came out that like 2 a.m. was like, well, there's a bunch of anime out today, I better watch some of it. And watched a bunch of anime for a couple more hours, which, you know, it gets away from you when you're going like that. Really, I should just watch like 1 or 2 shows just as like cool downs, just as like a wind down activity, and like then go to bed. And you know, there's plenty of days where I'm not streaming where I could just catch up on anime as far as the simulcast go. I don't need to watch all that stuff on day 1, but I feel like I like to be up to date, and I like a daily like I like to follow it day by day. And I know that's silly. It is silly. But also it is what it is. I think for the Randomizer Roulette, I'll put up cards. Thank you for lightning striking me. That was worth it. I'll put up like cards for like every anime I'm watching simulcast. Because, you know, I do watch a lot. I did that for a previous big event stream. I think my big payout Celebrafest, I think that was how the cards went during that, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that went well there, and sort of filled up a bunch of cards that otherwise, you know, and you know, hey, I will have 12 hours to fill. The only thing is that since the game will be changing every 5 to 10 minutes, you know, we might have it, what seems like downtime, and then very quickly becomes uptime when it switches to another game. You know, like, oh, it's time, it's a cutscene. Okay, let's talk about a thing. Never mind, we're in a boss fight again. You know, that could easily happen a whole bunch during the Randomizer Roulette. But, you know, hey, that's part of the fun, you know? And I want it to be chaotic. Originally, I was seeing some folks say, like, shouldn't it be like 10 minutes, like, always? Rather than just, like, a range between 5 and 10 minutes? And I think the chaos is good. I think the chaos is good. You want the chaos. It needs to be a little bit chaotic. But also, it needs to be such that I have plenty of time to go, like, okay, to like, get my bearings, to switch over the tracker to the new game's tracker, and make some actual goddamn progress. I'm really looking forward to that. That's gonna be a ton of fun. Like, I love all these randomizers individually. Okay. Love all these randomizers individually. I think they'll be super fun to play in tandem like that. It's just gonna be a really goddamn good time. We have the water stones, so we can get the two things that are in the tree right now, which is nice. Let's do it. Also, there's, you know, multiple stuff here as well. We got the water stone back. I will say, I'll talk about a little anime right now while we have the chance here and while we have a little bit of downtime. Who would win, Paper Mario or Sonic? Asked Chaotic Oven. Hello, Chaotic Oven. How you doing? Paper Mario or Sonic? Well, in Smash Brothers, Sonic's speed makes him really hard to, like, lock down. If you're talking, like, in, like, Smash Brothers, right? If there was a Paper Mario character. Sonic is so annoying. He is tough to deal with, but I would like to think they would come up with equally annoying things for Paper Mario as well. I'm gonna say, okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. Is Paper Mario alone, or does he have his partners? Does he have like does he have Sushi? Does he have Goombario? Does he have at least one guy following behind, also attacking? Paper Mario alone, I think, goes to Sonic. Paper Mario and a partner, I think that goes to Paper Mario. That's partners including, Paper Mario wins. Then again, maybe is Tails in the mix? Is Tails in the mix? If Tails is in the mix, I still think it's Mario. I think Tails doesn't quite turn things around for Sonic. Canonical power for Sonic. Gotcha. Well, I will say here's the thought. Here's the thought. To like, what's a terrible way to measure power? I feel like, oh, Smash Brothers, gotcha, yeah. I do think, though, you know, Smash Brothers aside, his advantage in Smash Brothers isn't just a matter of, like, stats or whatever, right? It's also a matter of just, like, Sonic runs so fast, it's hard to pin him down, you know? Like, wouldn't Mario be able to jump on him? Wouldn't Mario be able to jump on him if Sonic was just, like, doing run-bys, basically? And I guess the answer is, well, maybe. Hang on. Would it be like an Eggman fight where Sonic is sort of stuck in a small area? Then in that case, he wouldn't be able to run away. Like in, you know, the boss fights in the actual Sonic games. I gotta go with my man Paper Mario. And in general, I would say that Mario has the upper hand on the guy. I guess also, here's another question. Star Spirits, are they included? Can you just use a Star Storm on him? Is a Star Storm an option here? Let's Power Bomb twice. That'll do the trick. If Power Bomb is an option, also I'm not sure if that'll kill these guys, so I'm gonna flip them. I think those guys might be immune to Power Bomb. I'm not 100% sure. If Star Storm is included, then Mario has a surefire way to get him. Two RPG characters against each other, Paper Mario versus Cloud. Cloud has a bigger party. I'll tell you, I'm not like a big Final Fantasy person. I've never played that game. But I do know of him. Partners and teams included. Yes. And like summons, Cloud can do like, he can summon like a devil, right? He can summon like weird devils, can he? I feel like weird devils have the edge on Star Spirits, unfortunately. Also, unless Mario is like dispelling a thing, you know, dispelling like Star Rod effect. Unless Mario is dispelling Star Rod effect, he can't really like, what do you got? He can't really like do anything. Devils or Persona? What is it what are the summons in Final Fantasy called? What are the guys in are they just called summons? He can summons like Baphomet or whatever. Gods? Oh yeah, okay. Star Spirits are good, but I don't know that they're gods. I feel like they'd be a little outmatched, and you know, a god, I feel like that ends a fight. Whereas like a Star Spirit does like 7 damage to everything, which is, you know, pretty fucking good. Boots! Boots! We got Boots, oh my god. I love boots. Give me those boots. Oh, I hope they're not fake. There are traps, by the way. This is the randomizer. There are traps. And some things are traps. That is not a trap. That is boots. Excellent. I love boots. Yeah, I guess I would give Cloud the edge there. Cloud's basically going up against gods. Whereas, like, you know, Bowser is invulnerable. But he's not... But he's not like... He's not like a god, per se. He just has the power to grant his own wishes. And as for, like, you know, Sonic, he occasionally has to power up and go into Super Saiyan mode, Super Sonic mode to actually, like, win the day, so... I feel like you don't get that in the Mario fight. You don't get to be Super Sonic. So, I feel like he's gonna struggle not having that, just a little bit. If he did have Super Sonic, though, Mario would be fucked. 100%. How you doing, by the way, Chaotic Oven? How is your Friday going? My Friday's doing pretty well. Just relaxing at the end of a week and have a nice and chill weekend. We basically checked everything in. You're on chapter 3 in Paper Mario and you don't know what's going on? Well, if you're not familiar with this in particular right here is the randomizer. This is Paper Mario Randomizer. In Paper Mario Randomizer, everything is like randomly placed. All the items were like mixed up and shuffled and put like every which where. You know, put everywhere in the game. And I'm basically trying to figure out, like, find enough ways to get to 3 star spirits in order to actually finish and go to Bowser. You can upgrade members twice. Yeah, man, it's great. You after chapter, like, that's something you unlock in like an upcoming chapter. I won't say which one, but a guy gives you a thing and then you'll be able to do it. It's pretty sick. There's a lot of good abilities you get that way. I guess you're playing on the N64 online, Chaotic Oven. That's great. Paper Mario, it's one of my favorite all-time games. I've played it like many times, and you know, since discovering the randomizer, I've played it many more times. It's just great fun to just crank through and just go through it. Thank goodness you discovered this gem. Yeah, it's great. I'll ask you this, Chaotic Oven. You say discovered this gem. Can I take that to mean you haven't played 1000 Year Door? Oh, buddy, you got some good things ahead of you, provided you could figure out how to get that working on, you know, either a Wii, a GameCube, or other. Or maybe they'll put it on Switch eventually. 1000 Year Door, though, you're gonna really love 1000 Year Door if you're loving Paper Mario. That's the GameCube game, by the way. That's the GameCube sequel to this, and it's just phenomenal. It's one of my favorite games of all time, like top 5. Dolly, I got the dolly. This game is like top... 1000 Year Door is like top 5. This is like top 10, top 20 material for me. But, you know, this one's also really rules. They both rule. And honestly, I'll say, like, as far as my top 5, top 10 lists go, I tend to err on the side of uniqueness. So I tend to not like to put multiple games from the same series in the list. Is Paper Mario more powerful than normal Mario? Yes. Yes, definitely. And let me tell you why. Paper Mario... Oh, I guess actually... Paper Mario has a hammer. Paper Mario has a hammer. Regular Mario, just has to make do with, like, hats and FLUDD and all sorts of other stuff. I guess he has a hammer in Mario and Luigi as well, but still. Also, he has the Quake Hammer, which he can, like, you know, charge it up, and then it affects every enemy on like, that's standing on the ground. And that effect is just, like, so overpowered. It'd be like a POW block that you could use at any point. If regular Mario had that, you wouldn't be able to design levels around him. He'd be broken. He'd be too broken. You know what? I just realized there's totally a bunch of items I never saw because I never actually went and dealt with this fucker over here. Let's go do that. As far as, honestly, you know, the thing about character power, like just abstractly, is that it's just so Calvin Ball that, like, the question of, like, whether Mario could beat Goku or could Goku beat this or could Batman beat Goku? First off, the answer is yes. Yes, either of those characters could beat either of those other characters, provided that's Great Raven! But we don't have the... But hammers are randomized, so we don't... I don't think we can actually do... Yeah, we can't actually do Chapter 5 yet, regardless. Still, that unlocks a good deal of Chapter 5. So, you know, hey, we need an upgraded hammer in order to do Chapter 5, but yeah, we're finding a lot of good things. You beat the sensei with save states and the lucky badge things. Nice. He's a tough customer. Usually you want to wait until you're, like, powered up. Also, by the way, do you know about Power Plus? Power Plus, by the way, is something you should really know about. You're playing... By the way, the cost of badges right now are shuffled randomly, so in the base game, there's the Power Plus is worth 6 badge points, and it's absolutely 100% worth it. What Power Plus does, is it increases your attack by 1. So instead of doing, like, you know, 2 damage, or like 4 damage with the hammer, you'll do like 6 damage. It'll add like 2 on with the proper action command. And you can get 2 of them throughout the game. Definitely go get them when you can. One of them, I'll tell you where they are. One of them is in an optional chest that a very tough boss is guarding, but you can bribe him with an item. You can bribe him with a lemon candy. If you figure out how to get that, how to get that made, you can get that badge really easy. The other one is in the star traders, like the star point person. The star piece person can trade you a Power Plus for like 25 star pieces. So whenever you get 25 star pieces, go back and do it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Much obliged. Bomb bets, multi-jumps, and star spirits. Gotcha. That's cool. Nice work. Let's go. We got 2 keys right now, so we can go a little farther in this dungeon right now, right here. Let's see. I think there's just like one major item over here that we can get. I say major. One chest we can get that might have something good in it. Hoping for a key. If we get a fortress key right here, it's a coin. We can finish this chapter and finish the game thereafter. There's nothing out here. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I'll tell you. Let me tell you what I do here on most days. My normal stream game is Mario Maker 2. Do a lot of viewer levels, especially on Mondays and Fridays. This week, I'm doing this instead on Friday because this Friday, last Wednesday, I did a big 1-year anniversary stream celebrating 1 year of Twitch streams. And during that stream, I did a bunch of Mario Maker, basically. I did a bunch of viewer worlds, which usually I do viewer levels, but during that I did viewer worlds, which is to say I played as many levels from each person as I could within a 15-minute span, which turned out to be a pretty good rule set for the Mario Maker streaming. pretty fun. I don't know if we'll do that again, but I feel like it was appropriate for a, you know, a momentous occasion and all. Alright, well, I think that's all we can do here as far as keys go, so... Shit. We don't have another key, and there's not any more chests here. Mario Party is just as brutal as you remember. It's always rigged for Luigi. You playing with, like, hard bots or something? I'll say I never was, like, one much for hard bots, you know. In my family, you know, with my... Whenever we played Mario Party, humans are the only ones that are allowed to win. Easy bots? Dang. I always figured that, like, oh, you know... In fact, the thing we would do as kids, me and my sister, when we played Mario Party, and the thing I would do when I was playing it alone, because I was a cheesy motherfucker, honestly, is I would just say, like, okay, us humans, we're gonna start off with 9 stars. The bots, they don't get shit. They cannot win. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Let's see. We can actually turn on a couple things in town, actually. We should probably do that, because all that stuff could be the thing. Alright, first off, we got this frying pan. That'll be a thing. We already turned on the melody, so that's good. We got Dolly, so that's another thing we can turn in. Other than that, trying to figure out where we can go now. Castle Key! That lets us finish Chapter 3. That said, there's not that many more items in Chapter 3, so it's not like we can get the 3-star spirits we need just from Chapter 3. So I am going to turn in some of the other things that I have right now to do, and then we'll head and we'll finish off Chapter 3. Let's see, there's this guy here. Lyrics. What do you got for me? A mushroom. Okay, there's one more in, this area here. You heard this game is very broken to the point where someone beat it using Ocarina of Time? That's true, that did happen. That's a fun run. And also, I'll say, like, just for... Paper Mario is one of my favorite, like, speedruns to watch, personally. I don't actually do speedruns myself, but I enjoy watching them a good deal. And Paper Mario I just find very interesting just because the way that the logic system works, if you, like, skip into other chapters, you end up basically fast-forwarding the game to be in that future state, basically. It's as if you got to that chapter normally, and then you can do fucked up things like go back to earlier chapters, which act as if they're completed, and then get to places you wouldn't be able to get to normally. And as a result, it ends up being very interesting, very interestingly routed. Very interesting as far as the routing goes. I'm gonna check up one more thing, which is that I can get a bunch of blocks in the area to the right here, right now. A bunch of, like, blocks that were, like, required the boots to get. And, I'm gonna get those before we head into the next thing. Also, you know what? We could do, like, Olive Volcano up to the part where, up to basically the end. There's a lot of things we can do right now. You can have a fish? Oh yeah, there's a fish. I love in this game how, like, there's so many all the allies are just like different Mario enemies, right? It's so good. And I'll tell you, Thousand Year Door does the same thing, and it's fucking great. There's just a bunch of enemies, and also, in Thousand Year Door, they also get a little more creative with it. There's some that aren't enemy types, and they're also really cool. Let's see if there's anything in these blocks. No, no, and no. Okay, shit. Should we just go back? Yeah, let's go back. let's go do Chapter 3 now. I'm tempted to go do parts of Chapter 5 that I can get to, but might as well just go and clear Chapter... Where's the Goomba, you ask? So like I said, this is the randomizer, and all the partners are like randomly mixed into the item pool. So like, every time I see like a coin or like a item, Goombario could be there. Like, I could have walked into the shop and, you know, there could be like Goombario here up on the shelf. I have not seen Goombario. I don't know where he is. I have gotten all the other partners though, and, you know, Goombario, let's be honest, he's not required to finish the game. So, you know, he doesn't have a move that is essential, so I don't really need to find him to do anything. That said, I will say, personally, I really like Goombario a lot. His attack scales up the best. His tips are helpful. That is true. And I will say, by the way, in the randomizer, they start you off with the badge Peekaboo, which allows you to see enemy health and stuff without doing the tattle. But I'll tell you, like, yeah, when I'm playing the game, like, vanilla style, I am always rolling around with Goombario, and I am always tattling every enemy I see, because I always like to have that on screen, and I don't like spending the BP on Peekaboo. That's just always how I roll. But in this, you just get that for free, so you don't have to worry about it. And, which is helpful because, like I said, you don't always have them. Anyway, we're heading out to this castle, and I will say I've done everything over here in the castle so far, other than the boss, because I was just lacking one key. So pretty much all we're gonna do here is go here, beat the boss, and then we'll be heading to to wherever else we can go get the last of the things. And I think the place will be Chapter 5. Chapter 5 will be where we find the last item we need to do whatever. Instantly defeated on encounter. That's because I have a badge. I have a badge called Bump Attack. And what Bump Attack does is it defeats enemies who are weaker than you, if you run into them, basically. And there's also other ones that do it on like a spin attack or on like a first strike. But Bump Attack is the best one and it costs the most, basically. I've already done all this part. What am I doing? And I'll tell you, basically, because I like to play the randomizer pretty casually. Like, I like to start out with just max stats and Bump Attack, which coincidentally means that you know, basically any enemy is gonna be dead in one hit if I touch them. That's why that's happening. That's just the way I prefer to play it. Makes it really fast and furious. I will say, playing it by default, I do like to fight every fight and to, like, you know, take every encounter individually and like, you know, do it proper style. But when I'm randomizing, I like to just, like, fly through it, you know? And when you're doing the randomizer, enemy fights can just be more of an inconvenience than, like, the meat of the game, right? Especially when you're, like... Let's say you're in an area with enemies that are less powerful than you. They don't even give you XP at that point. They're worthless to fight. So you might as well not fight them. You know? It always... I tried it the first time I did it, I just used like the stock... I just used basically the stock settings, basically, like one of the basics presets for beginners, which, you know, was challenging and fun, but also I thought, like, what if it was a little more less challenging and more fun, like a One Punch Man. Yes, sure, that's about right. And also, literally, I am just loaded for bear as far as, like, you know, I have the final boots upgrade. I have 2 power pluses. I have a P up, D down. P up, D down, by the way, is a badge that increases your attack, but decreases your defense. So basically, I'm doing as much damage as you humanly can without abusing, like, you know, danger states or whatever, you know, without being at, like, 1 HP or something. And I'm just, like, fucking, like, busting up these bosses, busting up everything. We're cruising, man. And by the way, in the randomizer, you can set how many, you can, like I said, you can basically configure the randomizer to be whatever sort of game you want. And I have configured it to be 3 star spirits is all we need. So that's what we're going for. That's what we're shooting for. And then we will end, and I will send y'all somewhere fun. We are fucking close right now. We are really, really close. This is also, by the way, preparation for a stream I'm doing sometime in the next month. Haven't gotten a solid date yet, but I'm gonna pull it up while I'm doing the escape sequence. I'm just running to the left right now. Take a look at this. This is the docket card for Randomizer Roulette. Randomizer Roulette is going to be a 12-hour stream I'm going to do for Extra Life, in which I do 4 randomizers, randomly switching automatically every 5 to 10 minutes. And the randomizer is going to be Paper Mario, 3 stars required, like tonight, except, you know, little different settings-wise. DK64 randomizer, wherein I won't have to deal with bosses or anything. And I'll just have to get 40 bananas, 40 golden bananas, and also, you know, beat K. Rool or whatever. And I will say, by the way, loading zones will be randomized during that. So that's a lot where the challenge will come from. Dang, that's neat. There's also, let's see, Metroid Fusion Randomizer will be one of them, and that one I just have to beat the game. There's no, like, settings that make it a little bit faster. And then Minish Cap Randomizer, where I'll only have to get 2 elements to beat the game. All these settings are set up so that hopefully I'll be able to do all of them in 12 hours, maybe 3 hours each all told. And I think that'll be a fun challenge for Extra Life. Also, there'll be incentives. We'll get to that later. Look forward to that. Date to be determined. You know, you can follow the stream, and also there's of course announcements in the Discord if you want to join up there. Very good. Someone managed to find a single set of inputs that has a 95% guarantee of beating Pokemon Fire Red. That's wild that that's possible. I'm just gonna push for damage, by the way. I'm just gonna... Spoilers, this is the boss of Chapter 3. It's the heart of Tubba. Look away, look away. Usually, you want to dodge his attacks. You want to dodge his attacks and not get hit by them, but I'm doing so much fucking damage right now, I can just, like, power through. You heard that the Metroid Prime games are Super Metroid in 3D, and they're really good. Yeah, I really love Prime 2 and Prime 3 especially. Prime 1, I feel like, has a little issues in the back game as far as, like, pacing goes. This does, like, 20 damage, but by the way, but we have so much health, it's fine. Oh, like 13. Okay, well, it is Chapter 3 and all, I guess. They can't just kill you, even if you do like, Metroid Prime, yeah, they're great games. If you ever have the opportunity to play them, which, hey, you know, people have been there's been rumors about, like, ports of the first game or, like, remasters of them. You want to play Prime Hack? What is that? I'm not familiar with Prime Hack. Tell me about Prime Hack. It sounds like a ROM hack of Metroid Prime. Is it like a difficulty hack to just make it harder or something, or is it just like a full redesign or something? What's the deal there? I know there are some hacks that are like, oh, we've replaced the whole game basically, made a new game, and there's other hacks that are just like a hard mode. What exactly? Prime Hack has native keyboard and mouse support. Oh! Yeah, I see, okay. I'll say Metroid Prime is very much designed around its control scheme. I feel like it would be weird just, like, suddenly having proper shooter controls for it, but it might be fun. I would recommend, though, honestly, the GameCube version might be your best bet to start with. Like, the lock-on controls are not like standard or normal anymore, and they are a little weird, but the game is very much designed around like locking on enemies, strafing around them to dodge attacks, and like just like hammering them with shots that you don't have to really aim to do. That's very much how it's designed, and like to play it as a normal shooter, I do think would be a little awkward. Why lock on when you have 2 sticks? Well, to be clear, like when you're like in like Metroid Prime, you're always like sort of dashing to the right, dashing to the left, dashing to the right, you know, and sort of like dashing around to like avoid attacks and all that. And because you're locking on, you don't have to worry about aiming while you're doing that. You're just like darting around left and right, and just like mashing the A button to like continually to like fire rounds to the enemies while you're doing so. Whereas if you had to aim while doing that, it'd be a little more difficult to just like spam jumps in that fashion and continuing to hit your mark, unless you are really, really, really good at aiming. Like, you think like Tracer, right? You would have to be like the best Tracer in the world to land it as reliably as the lock-on system does. That's basically what you should picture, like dashing left and right as Tracer is basically how Metroid Prime operates. You want to play GoldenEye again? That game's good. I'll say, like, as a kid, I wasn't like the hottest on it, but I do think its basic model for shooting is fun and light. You know, just run at guys and shoot them, and you don't really have to worry about aiming. That was probably the best way to do it back before they had 2 sticks. Back before they had like a you know, 2-stick setup. Felt like I heard something, but I don't think it was anything. Maybe just a car starting or something outside. I'll say of GoldenEye, right? Which, by the way, N64 Online. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. Jeez, with N64 Online, I guess that's the first time people will be able to play multiplayer. Well, not the first time, but like the first legal time people will be able to play multiplayer for that game. Did you know if you connect two controllers, you can have 2-stick controls? I didn't know that. I didn't know that about GoldenEye. I bet they're not really, like, very modern controls, are they? I know, the one I knew, the example of that I did know was, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. You can get, like, the pod racer controls, you know, where they're, like going like this on, like, the throttles for the 2 individual pods. You can get that if you hook up 2 controllers. And I'm pretty sure that it is basically not very good. It's not a very good way to control a pod racer. You know, tank controls, basically. But it's fun that they put that in. There was a port of Star Wars Episode 1 Racer that came to Switch and Xbox and stuff. Does it have that? I wonder if you can play with the 2 sticks, have the thing. Pod Racer, you used to play Pod Racer all the time. Yeah, Pod Racer's super good. That game fucking rules. Did you get the port of it that's on Switch? It's on Switch now, and that's a pretty good version. I will say the one thing about it is that you can't cheat. You know, like I'll say, like when I played Pod Racer on the N64, I definitely like used the Game Shark to give myself infinite credits, right? Which turns out is a good thing because you can only get so many credits from playing the game, like playing the game normal style. And it's weird because once you get to the end and you don't have any more places to gain credits, you can't really buy any more parts, and also the parts that you do have are slowly degrading. So that's kind of weird, just like design-wise. still, you know, playing that game in HD on a Switch, you can't beat the convenience. Pod Racers is not on Switch. Au contraire, it is. It's not available on N64 Online yet. Well, probably ever, but it is available. They did sell it. There is a version of it, a port of it, that's available on Nintendo Switch. I can pull up my Switch right now. Hang on. Let me do that. I can do that. And for these guys, I'll Mega Quake them. Whatever. Don't even need to use full power. Hang on, look at this. 1 second. Look at this. I'm gonna switch to Bombette. Well, this is. Come on, hurry up. This'll work. This'll. See, look at that, LucasArts. Look at those. There's Pod Racers. It's on Switch. It costs money though. You see that? You see that? A long time ago in a galaxy far away. Star Wars. Look at that, the Boonta Eve Classic. How do I play with one hand? Oh, I do like this. I'm holding it like this. The controller like such. I'm using my pinky for the stick, and I'm using my index finger for buttons. And I'm sort of resting against my lap for convenience. I sometimes do this when I like want to check my phone or something, or like do something else while I'm playing a video game. So I have like a modicum of experience, like doing the bare minimum of playing with one hand. That should probably be a channel point incentive. Play with one hand for like a minute or something. That'd be a good one. That'd be a good channel point incentive. See, look at that. It's the Boonta Eve Classic. It's kind of overexposed, but you know, you can sort of see it at moments. Anyway, I'm gonna put that down. Lenny face. No, I do not. It's not like that. It's nothing weird. It's strictly if I'm like preoccupied or like looking at my phone or something, or like if I want to like do something with like a Rubik's Cube or something. Which, by the way, there are channel point incentives for all that. I got a lot of fun channel point incentives. The most fun channel point incentives I have are one use. Once they're redeemed, we do them and they go away and are replaced like a week later. The biggest one then is, I get you. It's not like that though. It's nothing gross. Nothing gross. It's okay. I know when I talk about playing games with one hand, that's the obvious thing, isn't it? And I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna dignify that with saying it on stream. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone knows the implication. It's cool, Chaotic Oven. Anyway, you can make me play 30 minutes of Facelift from Mario Party if you like. They're ravens. They're from Yoshi's Island. By the way, I will say, I was gonna say a programming thing. I have some streams planned next week. One of the streams I announced a little earlier today. Their feet are cursed. Yeah, that's fair. Their feet kind of look like hands, don't they? A thing I announced earlier today is next Thursday, I'll be doing a stream of what I'm calling Treasure Hunting Thursday or something like that. Treasure Hunt Thursday? Something along those lines, where basically I'll be playing 2 games that are both have treasure hunting as like a core theme, a core element. Those 2 games are Uncharted 2, what's it called, like Drake's Legacy or something? I forget the subtitle. Honor Among Thieves? It's something like that. It's something like that. It doesn't matter. Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4. Those will be the 2 games. I'm going to play them back to back. And it's going to be a fun playthrough series where I play through those 2 games in tandem, basically. It'll be fun. Really looking forward to getting into Wario Land 4. That's just, I go so far as to say, like, maybe my favorite puzzle platformer? Maybe my favorite puzzle platformer. It's just very, very well done. By the way, folks, we are kind of near the end here. Well, I guess I'll upgrade Goombario even though I don't have him. I'll tell you, I don't really care for Carry myself, and that's why you'll never see me upgrade him unless I have upgraded everyone else. I guess also, you know, with upgrades being the case, I can just ignore upgrades from now on and not really go get them. Life Shroom. Oh, actually, I want that Life Shroom. What am I doing? Get rid of the Dusty Hammer. I don't know if you've seen Life Shrooms yet, Chaotic, but Life Shrooms are great. They bring you back to life after you take a fatal hit, basically. You want to have like as many of those as you can, especially going into some of the later boss fights in the game. Okay, there's not that many places I can see left in this dungeon, actually. Shit. You'll never defeat Andros? Yeah, that game is a classic as well. I turned in Dolly, right? I think I did. Wait! No, I don't have the hammer. Why is the hammer marked off? The hammer, I still have the super hammer. Must have misclicked at some point. Alright. What am I doing? I can just go over the lava. Using Lakitu. By the way, some of the solutions you're seeing right now, they are not the canonical solutions. You know, usually you would not have. Wait, you would not have this guy when going through this level. But that is the randomizer for you. You just basically cut a swath through the game. A recipe book. Did I turn in the pan? Well, that's all we can do here for now. Huh. Totally expecting to get one of the items that'll let me finish the game. I'm not sure if we turned in the pan. Let me check. This store has opened, has more inventory now, so let me see. Maybe it's in the store. There we go! That's the last thing we needed. We are good to go. We now have everything we need to get the 3rd Star Spirit. We are off to do that, and then we will be finishing the game. And by the way, Chaotic Oven, the randomizer for Bowser's Castle has options to shorten it dramatically, so you will not see all of Bowser's Castle. How fast can you defeat Sensei? I don't know, but I'm doing like 10 damage an attack. I think he has like 50 health. It would take a while to get to him because I did not fight any of the other guys. His items are not included in the item pool unless you set that to be the case, and I didn't. Because honestly, I'm not interested in fighting him. But I could probably do it pretty fast. Just like maybe, say 3 or 4 turns. He has 99. Okay, maybe 5. I'll say 5 turns. I might have to use a life shroom or two to get through with these. That's how it is. But I would say 5. I would use maybe 4 or 5. I would be doing like 14 damage. I know that's not true. I'd be doing 12 damage myself, and I could have like does it have any defense? What's the strategy with all your stuff? My strategy is typically to just jump on him real good and to have a lot of attack. That is typically like my main strategy. My main move is to jump on him. I have a P down jump, which basically ignores defense. So any enemy with defense, I can jump on him. And a spike shield also means that I can jump. What am I doing? I don't need anything more. I can just go. And if anything's on the ground, I can have Quake Hammer, and Quake Hammer will do a bunch of damage to everything. And you know, you'll see when we do this one. Your main move is to hammer because it's satisfying. Gotcha. I'll tell you when the advantage of the hammer, main advantage of the hammer, is that it does all of its attack in one move. So it that consequently means that it deals with defense better. You know what I mean? But I will tell you, over time the hammer sort of scales a little worse than the jump. For instance, if you have as many badges as I have right now on, like 2 power pluses, full weapons, etc., the jump does like 12 damage. Weren't you just in the volcano? I am. I got everything I could over there, so I headed off to do this. Again, this is a randomizer. Everything is mixed up, and basically, what I can do at any time is determined with what I can find. So I can only do part of a thing. Oh, also, if you're wondering like how I got back to home base, the randomizer adds a item that lets you warp back home. That is not in the vanilla game. It is a quality of life thing added for the randomizer in order to make it work. And to make it, like, fun, you know? Well, that's why I'm suddenly... that's why I'm able to just jet around. This boss fight is epic? Yeah, it's cool. I like these guys. They're fun. They're a fun bunch. Since I am so overpowered right now, I'm just gonna take them out basically as fast as you humanly could. In, like, 3 hits. 1, 2, 3. I'm sure it was a bit harder when you're playing it properly, legitimately vanilla style, and you don't have, you know, you only have the basic items, no power plus, just your hammer, a couple badges, and bombette. And not even enough FP to really, like, spam bombette. You have to be judicious and shit. Alright, that's the 3rd Star Spirit. And because of the way I've set up this randomizer, that's all I need to finish. So, I'm gonna head to Bowser's Castle, and basically there's gonna be a boss rush. The final bosses of the game, I'm gonna fight them one after another. 3rd? Yes, that's right, it's randomized, so this was the 3rd one I was able to get. That's the first one, it is true. And also what's true about this is that, the order in which you collect the Star Spirits in the randomizer determines which moves they do. So you'll have, like, Skolar, right? Usually Skolar does your Star Storm, which you haven't gotten yet, I don't think, Chaotic Oven. I'll tell you, Star Storm is the best move, the best star move in the game. You're about to get it when you clear Chapter 3. It's fucking good. And usually Skolar is who does it, but since Eldstar was the last one I got, the 3rd one I got, he does it instead. You're in the beginning of 3? Gotcha. So you haven't gotten to the... Have you gotten to the mansion yet? Where exactly are you? We're heading off to Bowser, folks. You're stuck on the forest? Gotcha. Have you figured out the way to get through it? Like the key? The key to doing the maze? Well, I won't spoil it if you want to, like, figure it out on your own, but there is a way to tell where to go next. Think about how it's done in, like, think about Ocarina of Time, the woods there. There are clues. You can't tell the difference all the time? I gotcha. Also, you do have to deal with all the foes as well, and they can be giving you trouble if you're trying to also figure out, like, okay, which way is the way forward? That can be difficult. You know what? I'll take a minute here. I don't really have to go to the store in Star Heaven, which, by the way, oh, you know what? There's still a couple more random encounters that can happen. I'm gonna take out Pump Attack once I get past here because there's no more random encounters in the game. And that's gonna free up, let's see, 3 BP. Not very much, but okay. I'll put in Zap Tap. Zap Tap is always good. Ooh, Ice Power is cheap. I'll take that. That will defend against, wait, no, that won't defend against shit. I need, like, Fire Shield if I'm to reduce damage against Bowser. Don't have it, whatever. Do I have, like, a protection thing? Let's see. Something that this gives me health or something. Or gives me extra defense. Apparently never found one, huh? Take a flower saver then. I was like, those are the same mushrooms, same trees, same rocks, and went around like 10 times. Gotcha. Let's see if there's anything in the store, just for shits and giggles. Well, hey, look, we were wondering where Goombario is. There he is. You know what? We'll take him. Goombario, you're coming with us to the final boss. So that's the randomizer for you. Like, the first partner that you get will be on sale at the very end of the game. For 20 coins. Which, you know, hey, I'll say that's a bargain for a partner. Best 20 coins you'll ever spend is buying a partner. Jeez, imagine if a Paper Mario had a partner that you literally bought. Imagine if that was a thing. I guess they would be like a sellsword or something. And they were just like, yeah, man, give me 100 coins and I'll fight for you. 100? That's totally plausible, actually. If anyone was ever mating Paku Mario for 20 coins. If everyone was making a Paper Mario, like a new one, that's definitely how you could do one of the partners. They'd be like, oh yeah, I fight for coin. I need 20 coin, man. They would be more than that. They'd be like, I need you to give me 100 coins right now. I'm a sellsword, you see. And it'd be like a cool Koopa. No, actually, you know what? It'd be one of those Koopa patrols. Imagine having a Koopa patrol partner. That'd be cool as hell. A Koopa patrol sellsword? Oh, that'd be so sick. That'd be such a sick partner. Oh my god. God, I wish they still made Paper Marios like this. And we're still like, imagine if they were, and in just every game you were like, oh shit, who are the partners gonna be? There's gonna be a Goomba and a Koopa, but what kind of Goomba? What kind of Koopa? Maybe we'll get a giant Koopa this time. But instead, it's like, it's not that at all anymore. It's all a bunch of crap. Yeah. And I'll say again, one of the plans I have for the future, for next month, I have a plan to do Paper Mario Sticker Star, but I'll do one level for every subscriber I have at the end of December. Because, honestly, I hate that game, and you would have to pay me to play it, basically, is the setup. Now we have these combat mechanics no one wanted. Yeah, and it's a weird puzzle game now, too. It's like a weird puzzle game. It's just not what you want. In the last 3 games. I haven't bought the last 2 games, by the way. Haven't bought the last 2 games because I hated the Sticker Star so much. I guess I could see doing that as like one day as like a you know, a goal, right? I would have to. There would have to be like some amount of like subscribers subbing for me to like justify buying it. Just because, you know, it costs money to buy those bad games. This guy, yeah, he keeps on appearing, bro. He keeps on appearing, and he's always giving you a bunch of shit. In this battle, he's gonna like go through his various forms, so like maybe don't look too close and go like this, go like this. How I wish they made a Paper Mario game like this again, but they're never gonna, and you know, someone else can if they really wanted to. And I think that'd be rad. There is a game, there is Bug Fables. I will say I kind of fell off that though. I sort of fell off Bug Fables. Just due to the fact that it didn't have as much variety as terms as like partners go, as like playable characters go. And also, it didn't like ramp you up in terms of power like this game does, which I really enjoy. I really deeply enjoy getting more and more powerful as the game goes on. And I feel like that's an important part of Paper Mario. You know, I'm sure when you got the hammer in the last chapter, Chaotic Oven, when you got like the upgraded hammer, you probably felt like a badass, didn't you? Suddenly doing 4 damage in a single attack. Wasn't that like the sickest thing? You need that feeling, I think. You need that power spike. You need to have that in the game, and unfortunately, Bug Fable does not have that. Still, it is exactly the sort of game I've always been asking for, so I should really probably finish it at some point. Man, I'm now imagining a Koopa Patrol Cell Sword partner. And I'm thinking like, oh god. Imagine if they were still making games like this. It's too bad. It's really too bad. I guess maybe it would have, you know, diminishing returns eventually, like Mario and Luigi, right? Like, the Mario and Luigi games, the first 3 were really fucking good. The 4th one sort of started wearing off its welcome, and the 5th one, I kind of heard that it sucked. I did buy the 4th one, but I never finished it. And, you know, from then on, just like, But hey, you know, I'll say of Mario and Luigi, there are 3 dope games, and, you know, even if it eventually turned to shit, if they stopped making them midway through, you wouldn't have gotten like, you know, even the 3rd one, right? And you can be happy for the ones you got, basically. Okay, here's the plan for this. Here's the plan for this. I'm gonna jump on him. I'm gonna use D down jump. 4th one is Dream Team or Inside Story. Dream Team is 4th. Inside Story is 3rd. And Inside Story is great. I love Inside Story. Well, actually, I was kind of mixed on it. I loved playing as Bowser. But goddamn, if the 2D Mario and Luigi parts, those parts felt very long and boring to me. And also, I'll say when I originally played it, my DS was in a fucking state. The touchscreen was very operable, and all the minigames required heavily use of the touchscreen, and was just constantly glitching out on me. Which at the time I blamed the game, but really, my touchscreen was just all fucked up, and it just, you know, it just was just like constantly like zigging and zagging around. And I realized this recently. I was playing, I put in Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam for the DS. And I tried to do some of the customization because I remember it being like, oh, whenever I was drawing, it would occasionally like zag off to the side. And it doesn't do that on my current 3DS. So I guess it was just that, oh, my launch day DS with a fucked up touchscreen was just fucked up. It wasn't the thing. Why is he, what's with the 1? I'm not sure why he has a 1 over him. I guess that's the poison. That's the poison. Not that he can't do a thing. 1 turn of poison, that's what the 1 means. And let me tell you, Chaotic Evan, you know what's a really good move? There's a really good move in Thousand Year Door that like your Goomba partner has. I won't tell you that much about Thousand Year Door because you know you should discover it for yourself. But your Goomba friend has a power, has an ability that she can get where she gives her turn over to Mario, so you can have 2 turns with Mario if you want, which is very handy when like when you have your Mario all loaded for bear and spec'd out with a lot of powerful attacks, and he can do more damage than any partner can. It's really good. I would say it makes it's like a top tier move, just due to how much you can stack on Mario as far as like absurd power goes. Last fight with Bowser coming up in a second here. This has taken around 4 hours. That's roundabout what my estimate was. I was maybe hoping for more like 3, but you know, I guess for the randomizer roulettes, we'll have to, you know, save time on the other games, I guess. And also, I will set it up to be more open, I think. We'll have a setup that's slightly more open, with like Toy Box open, and also Flower Fields open from the jump. I think that'll help. Be a few less things to find. We are gonna beat this guy's ass, and then I'll see who's online and who I can send you to. Paper Mario doesn't really show the N64's 3D capabilities because of the 2D characters and menus. I don't know. I like it though. I think it looks really good. Like, look at this. Doesn't this look fantastic as far as like the environments go? Like, compare that to the earliest days of like environments, and it has like the graphics here. They have a look, they have an aesthetic that they're going for, and they fucking nailed it. Here I'm gonna swap in Watt. Watt's gonna be my best bet here because Watt pierces defense automatically and can for free do 5 damage every turn. I think I know who we're gonna raid, and I'm not sure if there's gonna be an alert for it. But there are some people doing Extra Life right now. You know, Extra Life, the charity thing where they play games for a while. I'm doing an Extra Life myself later this month. Date to be determined. You can't think of an N64 RPG other than this. Quest. Knight's Quest. There's some. I can't think of any though. Yeah, you're right. Off the top of my head, none occur to me. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but I bet there's one that's really obvious. That's sort of like you know, not coming to mind. I will say this is the first RPG I ever played personally. This is my introduction to the genre, so I guess there was maybe nothing else I could rent that would give me the experience. I think Quest 64 might count. Quest 64. I'm not sure, like, if it's like I don't know that much about Quest 64, honestly, but I think it might be in that ballpark. Certainly, it sounds like it, right? Quest 64. That sounds like it would be a Final Fantasy type RPG, traditional, like swords and shields and stuff. In the by the way, this fight is slower in the real game. They speed it up for the randomizer because it's a little tedious to do every single time. This part here. So basically, Nintendo had only Paper Mario to compete against 3 Final Fantasy games. I guess. I never had a PlayStation 1, so I didn't have that to compare it against. Like I said, this is the first one I ever played, and fucking I love it to death. I still think like the low numbers combat is about the best combat system you can have in an RPG because it makes it so that you can figure out the most efficient way to kill enemies just by doing like napkin math. Like, okay, I do 12 damage. This guy has 20 health. I attack him twice and he's dead. I can do 12 damage. My partner can do 5 damage. So we do 17 damage total. That takes what? 3 or 4 turns to kill Bowser. Even the final boss, you can do you can do some mental math and figure it out how much it'll take. Around 4 turns if he doesn't do anything to fuck it up. And you know, make your choices. Make really well-educated choices and shit in this fight. Which is rad. And one of the things Sticker Star does wrong is it totally makes the numbers larger and makes it sort of meaningless. You don't have to think about the combat anymore. It doesn't really matter what enemies, what attacks do anymore. It's all just Calvin Ball. It's all just random numbers. It's all just a sloppy mess, Sticker Star. It also is, like, sad because when you hear about people, there were interviews that they did about this game, about Sticker Star, where they said, like, oh, we wanted to make, like, a 1,000-Year Door sequel, but Miyamoto told us, no, don't just make that game again, do something new. And we did something new and it was terrible. And it's like, oh no, you could have done something good. You could have done something old that was good. And I'll tell you, Nintendo, I do not get that. You know, you have series that have been pretty much the same for 20 years, right? Like Mario Kart has been very iterative. An entry every couple of years, and it's always basically the same thing. And they changed nothing. Meanwhile, Paper Mario, gone for like 10, 15 years, they bring it back and they change everything. It's like, why don't you just bring it back and just have it be iterative? Why not have this one be the one that's iterative and have Mario Kart be the one that's evolutionary? That's revolutionarily changing. What's wrong with this battle style? No, this battle style is good. I'm saying that in Sticker Star, Paper Mario Sticker Star, which is the 3DS game, they fucked it up entirely. They made it so that it was all based around, like, consumable stickers. And all the stickers did, like, random amounts of damage. So you could never really, like, figure out, like, how much damage an attack was gonna do until you did it. And also everything was just kind of random. And I don't even... I'm not sure if you... Oh, okay, you're wondering, like, why exactly they didn't just make this game again. Yeah, totally, right? I think Miyamoto was just like... Whoever made the decision was just, like, had sort of a hard-on for, like, originality. And, like, wanting it to be distinctive, wanting it to be its own thing, which, hey, I will say it should have its own identity, right? 1,000-Year Door has its own identity. But it should also be kind of an RPG with a really well fleshed out combat system and, like, interesting choices to be made as far as, like, badges and moves and, like, what partner to use. That's what it should be. If he doesn't heal this turn, he's dead. And if he tries to kill me, I have a heart shroom. I have a life shroom. So I live. They should not... Yeah, I totally agree. They tried to fix something that wasn't broke, and they fucked it all up in the process. Bowser's dead. Folks, that is Paper Mario Randomizer, 3-star spirits. We started out with no hammer, no jump even, and, well, that changed pretty quickly. We found 2 boots in one of the first stores that we went to, which was quite a sight to see. 2 boots for sale right next to each other. What are the odds? What are the fucking odds there? And, you know, since then we've been running around doing everything. By the way, the randomizer has an option to skip the outro, so we don't get to see that. Folks, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. I believe I'm gonna send y'all over to Dan Reichert, who is doing Extra Life. Oh, I could also send you over to I'm Glower, who is doing Paper Mario All Bosses speedruns. I'm Glower, by the way, if you like Paper Mario, oh yeah, end of stream. Yeah, Seagull, you caught the end of the stream. It's going well. I just finished the randomizer restart spirits. Took around 4 hours. Pretty decent time. Anyway, let me give a shout out. By the way, I'm gonna give a shout out to I'm Blower. Very good Paper Mario speedrunner. Like him a lot. Very popular. Chaotic Oven, if you want to see some Paper Mario action, some Paper Mario speedrunning, check out I'm Blower. And check out, like, the GDQ runs that, check out honestly, I would say to start out, look for GDQ runs of Paper Mario. That will be, like, the most narration you will get during a speedrun, like the GDQ version. But then you can just watch him do, like, go for world records, or go for... He actually has a lot of world records, actually, in Paper Mario. You can watch him, like, try to improve his times, basically. Anyway, I think I'm going to send y'all over to Dan Reichert, who is doing Extra Life. Let's go ahead and do Raid Dan Reichert. He's doing his Extra Life stream. Folks, thanks for joining me. Thanks for watching. Let me pull up the schedule real fast. Next week, I will be back for viewer levels, and also I'll be continuing GTA 5 single player, which I haven't played for a bit because of Ghoulies, grabbed by the Ghoulies. But I'm going to return to that on Monday after Mario Maker, 8 p.m. Central. On Thursdays, I'm going to start doing something I call Treasure Hunting Thursdays. We'll workshop the name, folks. Which will be Uncharted 2 and Wario Land 4. Those 2 games that both involve treasure hunting. Then I will be back on Fridays as usual. Usually I have viewer levels on Fridays, a short stream. Today was a weird one, an exception, but that'll be back next week as normal. Folks, thanks for coming by. Thanks for seeing ya. I'll see ya next on Monday. Bye, folks. Let me first actually, let me get up Dan's stream so I can see the raid go in. See that there's an alert. All right, I think we're good to go. Bye. Thanks for coming by, watching me do the thing. Enjoying some Paper Mario. Let us go. Bye, folks. Good night.